What's going on, everyone? It's Nina Infinity. It's Wednesday night, and this is Infinite Talk. This is going to be a great night tonight. I am joined with my two special people, Wes Moody from Wes Moody Webcast and Culture Casino. I used to call him Culture the Main Casino, but now the main is gone.
Wow.
And I feel a loss.
It's only temporary, Nina. I promise. The hair will be back, and the length when it gets cut the next time will be even longer, so it'll be less noticeable. But every time I get my hair cut, it's a conversation.
There's a freak out. Freak out.
Well,
I freaked out. The first time I saw you, I saw you on Lorena's stream a couple days ago. It wasn't the actual Sunday night stream that he
does? It was the theme park stream. Yeah, the holiday theme parks. Yeah.
Yes. And I thought, like, briefly, because when I looked at you, I thought that you had your hair like pulled back. I thought it was
I don't do
ponytail. Yeah, you don't do that usually. So I was like, like that's weird. And then people were like, oh my God, the mane is gone. And I was like my eyes were like, wait, what?
It's hard. And, and I knew that some people would get upset and, all of that. But at least everybody understands that it's not pure vanity that drives my hair.
Yeah, I understand. But the drama you have brought to the community with this action has been just unforetold. It's been crazy. We all feel the loss, but we understand that it's going to a good cause. So we accept it and we understand. Yeah. So here's the thing, everybody. John is going to be here. He's just running a little late, so don't worry. He's going to be here very soon. But I figured I'd start and we kind of do our introductions and everything. He will join when he can. He's awesome. He will be here. So let's start with our intros. Wes, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm shocked that we don't have a verdict yet.
I know, right? Oh my God, we're going to talk about all of that. So tell everybody though where they can find you on the YouTubes and everything.
You can find me on the YouTubes at youtube.com/Wes Moody Webcast, and you can find me on Odyssey at Wes Moody Webcast. And depending on when I'm banned on Twitter, right now it's at WM_Webcast.
Okay.
And I talk about. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just want to say that all of his links are in the description, including for Odyssey for both of their channels, because Odyssey is the other one that everyone's on now. I'm sorry. Please tell everyone. Continue your intro.
Sure. I talk about current events, pop culture, occasional conspiracy theories, occasional car talk, gaming streams, and I vlog about whatever the heck I want to because it is my webcast. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. I was really, I've always been into what Wes has to say, because Wes is one of the people who honestly, I'm trying not to swear as much, but I'm going to make an exception here right now. Wes doesn't give a fuck what anyone has to say. And I love that. I love the fact that Wes literally gives no shits what Mama YouTube has to say, or the government, or whoever else, like all the big tech. He's bringing it, and I admire that. I admire that greatly. And I know that you've been hit, like your channel's been hit a few times. You've fought back. You've crawled your way back, like you just kind of clawed on, and I greatly admire things like that. So everybody, make sure you are subscribed to Wes Moody. He does great work there, especially on his live streams. I think that one of the things that also drew me to your channel, Wes, was your interest in conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. So if you're conspiracy theory oriented, make sure you check out Wes's channel. He's not like the other thing is too, is that you're not the kind of crazy conspiracy theorist. You're like, where like there's some conspiracy theorists where people are like, okay, like, no, like calm down. Like the kind of like QAnon people where they were like, Trump is still president. And you're like, okay, it's no. So you're not the crazy type. You're the good type. And I just people who like to question things. So everybody check out Wes's channel. And we are joined by another crazy conspiracy theorist guy, not QAnon at all. But he is crazy, and I love him to death. His name is John Talks. Hello. Hi.
Hey, what's up, Nina?
how are
Good to
you?
see you, Wes. Good to see you, Culture.
Hey, what's
How
up,
you guys
John?
doing?
I'm
Good.
just
Here.
busy. Busy. It's good to see you. I haven't seen
Good
you in
to
a
s-
hot minute, dude.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Nina, I thought you said that Trump isn't president.
Uh-oh.
You mean that Joe Biden isn't in it? He's not in a studio
Yeah,
somewhere,
yeah,
and that JFK, JFK Jr. isn't coming back.
yeah.
Well,
I'm
Wow,
saying that they're not all partying together on some
mind blown.
island
Mind blown.
Yeah, and
with Elvis and Tupac.
And
I'm
Epstein.
sorry.
No, okay.
I hate to break it to you guys.
Epstein?
They're not alive.
what?
I just heard
James
Island.
Woods isn't being digitally transmitted. Isn't being digitally transfigured into Joe Biden. What?
No. I
about-
also don't think that Chappelle is a clone of himself after he left Comedy Central and somehow they cloned him. Call me crazy.
Are you
I just
sure?
don't think that happened.
They cloned him to make fun of trans people to divert all this attention away from
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
telling you, I still think McAfee's hanging out with Epstein and a couple other of those guys.
oh.
Yeah.
I agree
Yeah.
with that. Is that a conspiracy theorist? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, moving on.
Think he's hanging out with Kinley? Oh, sorry.
This is why I love Wes. This is why I love
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Culture Casino. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Oh, I have a channel. Culture Casino. I have a Odyssey. It's Culture Casino. I have Minds. It's Culture Casino. I have a Twitter. It's Culture Casino, and I think I have a Locals, which is probably also Culture Casino. But I've been there once. I haven't done anything there, and I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because as much as I really thought it was great that there was going to be another platform out there very similar to Patreon and others, now that it's been sold, it's been compromised to the big tech gods, which means censorship will show up shortly afterwards. So all the promises that you were made by Dave Rubin can now be broken at any moment, and that's bad.
Well, either way,
It's
their
disappointing.
links are in the description.
Yes.
Make sure you subscribed and you follow them on Twitter. Especially Wes, because you never know when he's going to get banned off Twitter and
At any moment.
could be any second. So,
Any second.
but before we get the show started, and I'm going to go into John's intro in a second. Before we get the show started, I would just like to put out a statement to YouTube. All of the opinions of the panel, including myself, are our own. We are not medical experts, and we recommend that you speak to your doctor about anything we have to say with regards to vaccines or anything like that. We do, however, have opinions about everything that's going on in the world, and we will be sharing those opinions, but the opinions are our own, and we don't recommend that you follow our opinions. Everyone has opinions. They're like assholes. So that's just the way it is. Now,
It's true.
John, how are you?
A little late. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's totally fine.
Other than that, I'm doing pretty good. No complaints.
Did they monetize your new video? Because I saw
That was
your
really funny. Yeah.
I saw your
They
tweet.
did. They did.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
'Cause I saw-
yesterday I had one do pretty well, but I mean, it's still doing good today, which is great. But it was like for the whole day, I'm waiting for a review. It was like, oh my gosh.
Oh no.
It's like, yeah, it happens. Whatever.
Is it like Rittenhouse stuff or is it? some COVID
No,
stuff,
it
or-
was a guy. It was a guy trying to cover a Joe Biden sign. It was a pretty straightforward video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he like fell out of a truck. It was this guy. He had put a sign up, "Fuck Joe Biden," it was right in front of the veteran's speech that I think Biden was given. So I don't know if that guy was a veteran that had the truck, but a veteran went out there and tried to cover it up, and he wound up falling out of the truck.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, well, this is. I know this is going to do well. So
I haven't got that one yet on your channel. I'm sorry. I'll have to watch that.
That's
That
all
sounds
right.
really funny.
Yeah, John, you make a lot of content that doesn't contain you now.
yeah, it's nice. I don't even have to.
He doesn't have to gussy himself up for the camera.
This is
now.
why I was running late. I was taking a shower before I got on here. But yeah, I don't even have to wake up and do any of
Aw,
that.
Thanks
I
for
could
taking a shower for the
Yeah.
I just
show.
edit. Yeah.
And also,
Like,
it's
try to look my best.
I noticed that you're back in a chair. You're not standing anymore.
Well, I'll go back and forth probably.
all right.
But
Yeah, he goes back and forth. Wes, why? Oh my God, look at that super chat. My God,
Oh, every
he's starting
time,
out. He's starting out like just on fire already.
I am not affiliated with any of these people. I'm just going to say that out in front.
let
In
the
front of
CIA
everybody.
know. And
No, yeah. Well, no, I just have to. That's like just call the home office, let everybody know what's going down. So.
This is why I love Wes. This is an amazing super chat. This is probably one of my favorite super chats of all time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Wes. That's amazing.
John, I also
And it gets passed too.
It
Yeah,
does. It does.
It does.
John, I also noticed that you sitting in front of a blue wall.
yes.
It's blue.
It is blue. Ba-bum-dee-bum-bum-dum, or however the song goes. Yeah, no, I wound up just taking the comics down, and
Yeah.
I probably should put something up back there. So
No, it's an opportunity to create a blue screen behind you. You could do magical things behind you.
that's true. That's true. I guess it doesn't need to be green. I could just do
No.
blue.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
have to do
very
that.
easy. And take about 10 seconds.
Blue screen.
That's right.
So make sure
green
you're not
screen
wearing
screen.
blue.
It'll be
Sure.
funny if you drew like weird like Microsoft things on it, and then it'll be like the blue screen of death. Like right
Oh, that'd be incredible.
right behind you.
Did you ever see that video of Bill Gates dancing? That was like the Windows 95 launch party.
No,
when it
can
went
you
from-
pull that
when it-
up?
Yeah, when it went gold from Chicago, because it's working code. Because I had Chicago, I was one of the people testing it. So yeah, when it went gold, you're right. Yeah, they did a little.
I
This
remember when he
man's
got
over my-
pied in the face. That was funny.
Yeah,
my
He
favorite
was like,
video.
"Ah, ah."
See, it's funny because a lot of people are like, "Oh, that was the moment he decided he's gonna kill everyone," and I was like, "No, he was already killing everyone. That's why they pied him." Like it was. It's not like the chicken and the egg. It's like he literally was like planning on it, and then people were like, "You bastard," and he got pied. Is somebody pulling up?
Yeah,
this
I'm finding it
dancing
right
video?
now.
Okay,
Yes.
because
Yeah.
there was other
It's
Bill
like
Gates
a bunch
news.
of nerds just going crazy.
Ooh.
Yeah, let me find it here.
I've got it. So
Is this when he's with
okay.
the Blue Man Group? Is that what is going on?
No.
let me whoop this out real quick.
Oh my.
Yeah. Well, no,
All right.
not that.
Are we sharing?
Yep.
Okay. Who's sharing?
John.
Oh, John shared. Look at this.
Oh my God, they're so nerdy.
Like-
Look at all these nerds. Look at those glasses.
Look at that. Look at that white man's overbite skip or whatever that was.
Oh my God. This is the whitest dance I've ever seen.
So
Doesn't he
don't
look
worry,
like-
folks. Not evil. Not evil.
Yes, doesn't he
The
look
one
like
guy's going crazy at the beginning. This I forgot his name.
Palmer?
This guy
Look
right
at that.
here. Oh my
Look
God.
at that. Look at those
Yeah.
arms. Gosh, don't anybody get in the way of that.
Yeah, and consider this. I mean, it's Bill Gates looks like a young Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
right
he
here.
does.
Yeah.
He totally looks like a young Zuckerberg.
I don't want to get your stream
Conspiracy or
copyright.
conspiracy?
Yeah, just
They've
mute
got the
it. It's
Rolling
fine.
Stones.
All
Yeah.
we need to see is his dumb face.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
The fact that he has no moves.
Yeah, again, folks, not evil. Wait for a person in a uniform with a funny mustache. Evil doesn't come in dancing nerds, apparently.
Yeah, it does.
It does. I'm being sarcastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if people think like, oh, he's Bill Gates. He's got to be harmless, right? It's like, no, those are the people you got to worry most about. The ones that got picked
Nerds.
on at school, and they have a real vendetta against the
But
world.
look at that white man's overbite maneuver he had going on there. He has no rhythm,
He's got no moves at all.
zero social skills.
Harp's just flailing.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Well, it's almost like he was trying to hide behind all the other like.
He's
You
doing
can tell.
like
So he's the guy right there.
He's doing some sort of like weird jumping jack dance, which
and he's skipping, right? I
Yeah.
mean, he doesn't actually.
You can tell. Yeah, he's not fully committed to like
I've
this
never
guy. Even
danced
though he is
before.
terrible at what he's doing, he is fully committed.
yeah.
You know, it's terrible, but at least he's all in. I'll give him that. You know?
The most terrible thing is that they're all better dancers than I am.
Oh, all right.
I don't know. I mean, Gates
What, is that like a bunny hop? What was Bill doing there? He's barely managing a clap.
He's like, yeah.
That-
No.
It's that song Jump, right? Jump,
a billionaire with a $5 haircut. Yeah, like where is he getting his haircut? Like from his mom or
So he
like?
wasn't a billionaire there. Again, this is 95.
That's true. He's not a billionaire yet.
Maybe he's made 100 million at this point, but chances are he's just in the tens of millions here.
Yeah, he's probably going to like, super cuts at this point.
I mean, at this point, he's just got FU money. He's like, you make fun of my haircut. I don't care. I've got way more money than you.
Now, speaking of Bill Gates, he was in the news earlier today. I saw him. So Reuters came out and said this.
Played defense.
So Reuters fact check states a snippet of interview with Bill Gates has been taken out of context by social media users who claim billionaire philanthropist admitted that COVID-19 vaccines are not very effective. Ezra Levant tweeted, "This is not a fact check. This is an opinion check. The corporate media is policing points of view. And in this case, they claim Bill Gates doesn't mean what he says. Never trust Reuters. They promote Pfizer conspiracy theories."
Yep.
And I think I completely 100% agree with him. Now, I went to this article because I wanted to see what they're talking about, especially the clip. Now, they're saying that the clip is taken out of context. But what's interesting is that even in the final paragraph of their own fact check, they state exactly what we're all saying, which I'm going to play the video in a second. But it basically says the verdict is missing context. Bill Gates's words have been taken out of context. He did not say COVID-19 vaccines are not working very well. Rather, he said preparation for the next pandemic will likely include research on vaccines that stop virus transmissions, something they do not do now.
Yes,
that's
which is exactly what they said. And that's the problem. This is the problem with fact checks. They're lying jerkweeds, right? And you know what? We didn't need fact checkers before, right? We actually had news media you could actually rely on and believe. They are now creating an opinion police on top of the faulty, misleading, misinformation mainstream media that nobody believes. So now we don't believe the fact checkers and we don't believe the mainstream media because they lie. They rephrase, they restructure things so that they continue to tell you lies. I'm tired of getting it.
Absolutely.
What's up?
Well, it's like Joe Biden with the whole Negro thing that he said.
God,
yeah, he didn't say that. He didn't say
that. Let's talk about that after
it out
this.
Of context. Well, no, it's not. I mean, if you listen to the full clip, he said what he said.
Yeah.
Can we bring that up after this?
Well, I mean, there's that, and then there's the obvious that the man's an incontinent, demented, walking corpse, and they don't even touch that one. And that's so obvious, but
I mean, if they fact check it, it'd be like
after?
false. Joe Biden is the epitome of vitality.
Yeah.
So okay, so this is what he had to say.
Damage, economic damage, the deaths. It's been completely horrific, and I would expect that will lead the R&D budgets to be focused on things we didn't have today. We didn't have vaccines that block transmission. We got vaccines that help you with your health, but they only slightly reduce the transmissions. We need a new way of doing the vaccines.
So that's what he said that they believe is being taken out of context. I don't think it's being taken out of context. I think he meant exactly what he said. I think he meant to say that they're not working.
Yeah,
We
I
need
mean,
a new one.
look,
So,
anybody with half a brain would deduct that from listening to him. Like
Well-
what Ezra said there, the vaccines, he's basically saying the vaccines don't work well.
Right.
Or, you know, I mean, they don't work as good as they should.
They don't prevent transmission, which is exactly what he said, which means they're not working, which is the whole problem with this thing. Because guess what, kids? In the most vaccinated country in the world, they're having record-breaking cases right now.
yes, actually, I have an article about that I will pull up. That's
You're talking
great
about
that you brought that
Gibraltar?
up. Yes,
Yeah.
they are canceling Christmas over it. But before we get to that, so this is a doctor here, Dr. Robert W. Malone, also said, for those who have not seen this, this is an explicit acknowledgement that the mRNA and RADV vaccines for COVID are not working well. Bill Gates is a bit behind the data, as the effectiveness of the jabs for preventing diseases is also dropping and not as good as natural immunity. So that's basically what's going on with Bill Gates right now. People are calling him out, and we all know the effectiveness of the vaccine and how it's going. But interesting that you bring that up, culture about Gibraltar. Because I saw this in the news today. Most vaccinated place on earth cancels Christmas.
Yep.
Amid a surge in COVID-19 vaccines, Gibraltar has canceled official Christmas events and strongly discouraged people from hosting private gatherings for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
What were you
This
going to say?
this place has a vaccination rate of 118%.
It's actually higher. It's actually higher than that. Per 100 citizens, when I last checked the numbers, they've been administered 274 per 100 doses of the quote unquote vaccine.
Okay, well, I guess as far as, because they have people that travel in for work,
right,
from Spain, so it's like that factors into. I don't know. I mean, you're definitely probably right in terms of like the doses and stuff, but the fact is that everybody that lives there is vaccinated. Then they have people that are coming from out of the country that have to be vaccinated to get in.
To get in,
it's a fully vaccinated place.
There's more news about that in other countries as well. We'll get to that. The government of Gibraltar recently announced that the official Christmas party's official reception and similar gatherings have been canceled, and advised the public to avoid social events and parties for the next four weeks. Outdoor spaces are recommended over indoor ones. Touching and hugging is discouraged, and mask wearing is advised. The drastic increase in the numbers of people testing positive for COVID-19 in recent days is a stark reminder that the virus is still very prevalent in our community, and that it is the responsibility of all of us to take the very responsible precaution to protect ourselves and our loved ones.
Get vaccinated. I guess the answer is get vaccinated again.
This is what they're saying.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
They continue to say, so that was the health minister, Samantha Sacramento. Gibraltar, a tiny British overseas territory sharing the land borders with Spain, has seen an average of 56 COVID cases per day over the last 7 days, up from fewer than 10 per day in September. The rise in cases described by government as exponential comes despite Gibraltar having the highest vaccination rate in the world. More than 118% of Gibraltar's population are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, with this figure stretching beyond 100% due to doses given to Spaniards who cross the border to work or visit the territory every day. Gibraltar's entire adult population has been fully vaccinated since March, and masks are still required in shops and on public transports. Gibraltar is currently doling out booster doses to over 40s, healthcare workers, and other vulnerable groups, and administering vaccines to children aged between 5 and 12. Similarly, well-vaxxed countries have also reported surges in COVID-19 infection recently in Singapore, where 94% of the eligible population have been inoculated. Cases and deaths soared to records high at the end of October, and have since subsided slightly in Ireland, with 92% of the adult population is fully vaccinated. Cases of COVID-19 and deaths from the viruses have roughly doubled since August. Now, speaking of around that area, there was also this news today, because they're also reshutting everything down. Let me get that real quick here. If I can find it. Okay, here it is. So it's like, the interesting part about all this is the high rate of vaccination doesn't mean anything. So in Ireland, COVID-19 restrictions, including midnight curfew, 93% of adult populations are fully vaccinated. I don't think that being fully vaccinated means anything anymore. Like, I think that it means basically that either way, they're going to shut things down, because a precedence has been set. And this is what we've been talking about with regards to tyranny taking over and what tyranny means. Because when the precedence was set that we can do this and there's nothing you can do to stop us, because people didn't do anything about it, they're going to just keep doing it over and over again. And me and John have been talking about this like basically all year. And we've been talking about the fact that when the flu season starts, which is basically end of fall, going into the winter, and the flu season, that the traditional flu season actually starts, that they're going to reshut everything down, no matter what. And here we are. A lot of places are doing that. So what are your thoughts about this culture?
Well, me? Okay. Well, first of all, I'm not surprised, and we all knew this. I mean, I was right in there with you guys that this was straight up tyranny. Mandates and shutdowns and all these other things, they don't work. They've proven to be largely ineffective. In these types of circumstances, they've had to actually now hide the data. Or they're trying to effectively hide the data about the quote unquote vaccines that you're getting. There was something I sent you earlier, I think via Twitter, linked to a Substack about people talking about the fact that they want to push back full transparency of this particular process by 55 years, so that we won't have this data for 55 years. Does that sound like transparency to you?
No. Did you send me that? Because I saw that. I saw that from somebody, but it wasn't you.
I think it might be in the chat.
Did I not throw it in there?
Well, in the Twitter chat.
Somewhere in one of the chats.
Was it in the private chat?
It could have been. I'll grab it again. It's no big deal. I'll send it to you. But on top of that, you also have the governor of California coming forward, essentially telling you that, we should anticipate that we're going to see an increase, despite the lockdowns, the mandates, the mask mandates, all of this stuff. You're going to see an increase regardless. And my answer to that is, just like any other similar thing being like the flu. So, it's difficult. I don't like to curse a lot, but no shit, Sherlock. We told you this was going to happen, right? And it's infuriating to me, because this was, obviously put out, over on Deadline. This is the Entertainment Trade magazine yesterday afternoon, right? Because, this monkey walks out there in front of people after disappearing for nearly 2 weeks from public face, after getting
the booster
treatment of sorts. That's not suspicious at all. And believe me, politicians know how things play. I don't know that played very well. And again, I mean, we are continuing to run up against all of these things consistently, where we have said this is what's happening, this is why, and this is what's going to happen next. And you know what? You guys have been right. Nina, you've been right. John, you've been right. Wes has been right. Everybody that I pay attention to, when you say, hey, did you notice this? No, they've been right. And you know what? And here's the thing. It's not a conspiracy if it freaking comes true. It's not a conspiracy if it's actual fact.
Conspiracy fact.
Yeah, conspiracy fact. That's what this is. Well, and now you have governments. You have governments and news media telling you not to believe what you see, not to think critically, not to do your own research. Does that sound like they're working in your best interest?
No, they're not. Wes, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I guess I could go conspiracy on it and just go for it. But, so let's just say Alex Jones has been right about a lot. And these are some things that have been covered, and there's been some documents that have been out. Covered one of them on the conspiracy show that I do, the SPARS pandemic simulation. And it's eerie how similar what's happening now, and not just with whatever illness is listed in there. They called that, I think, the St. Paul SPARS. That's what it's called. Anyways, so in it describes, authoritative sources and how to maximize authoritative sources. And, it gives specific examples of celebrities that they got to initially say that the jab was good, and that the celebrities went rogue on their Twitter and said the jab's not good. This is all in their simulation, and this all stuff has all happened in real life. And it's just, there's a lot of that out there. And then there's Event 201. And so I think those are two things that if you look into them, it'll take you to the truth.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. The Event 201 stuff is extremely interesting. This was the thing that that Culture was talking about, and I saw this earlier as well. It says the FDA asks federal judge to grant until the year 2076 to fully release Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine data. Fed government shields Pfizer from liability, gives it billions of dollars, makes Americans take its products, but won't let you see the data.
So after all the people that are responsible, Pfizer, are dead, then we'll give you the data.
Yeah.
And then the people will hang their children.
This seems really shady, man. This is the shadiest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. It's absolutely bonkers what's going on out there.
Yeah, we'll be dead too. I mean, somebody said,
yeah, I know. Like, that's after my life, so it's all right. Oh, okay.
I mean, some of us might be fortunate enough to make it there. We'll see.
We'll see.
Do you even want to live that long?
Go ahead, Wes.
Sorry. I was just going to say, hey, I'll be 99. It'll be a great 99th birthday present to find out exactly what the data was.
Like, I know it.
Well, and actually, Wes, you might, if you actually make it that long, you'll be able to watch that from your flat stainless steel bed that you're sitting on in the internment camp that you've been placed in.
That's true. Well, I mean, if they don't harvest me for organs first.
Oh my God. Leonard S., thank you so much for the $5. Says, it seems that one or two jurors hate Kyle, but they lied to get on the jury. These liars are never punished. Can anything be done about this? Well, we haven't started talking about the Kyle thing yet, but we will, Leonard. But just to quickly answer your question, I'm not sure if anything can be done about it at this point, especially with regards to, the wrong type of jury being selected or whatever. It all depends on the next one if there is a mistrial. But like if they do have another trial, basically.
Yeah, I look, there have been multiple. I would have actually moved to dismiss like 4 times with prejudice if I were the defense team. I mean, watching Nick Rekieta, and again, I am not an attorney, but I have to deal with lawyers all the time.
But I play one in real life.
I don't actually, but I deal with them all the time. So, and again, if you watch Nick Rekieta's stream, which congratulations, Nick, you're freaking killing it, bro.
Yeah,
he had 100K people watching today, man.
Yes,
he broke 100K.
I was one of them.
Yeah, me too. But he
was too, a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a panel of brilliant humans that are like, do something. I mean, all they had to do was hire the people in that room.
Well, the crazy thing is the stuff that Barnes says, right? Like, because he was part of the team, and you know, there's some big crazy stuff that's gone down on that team that a lot of people aren't privy to. And he's been saying some stuff behind the scenes that's been very interesting. But we will get to that stuff because we're still kind of on the COVID topic. So let's kind of like get.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. No. Don't be sorry, Culture.
I'll drive that bus one way or the other. Believe me. That's
we're gonna get into all that Kyle stuff as well because I do want to talk about it. But then Anna. Go ahead.
The problem is that it leads into all this misinformation we're talking about. Every single thing.
You're right.
Is misinformation from the mainstream media. And I've said it multiple times this week on the 6 Minute Daily in various ways. Less than 30% of the people believe that at any point in time, the media is being somewhat truthful.
Yeah.
Somewhat truthful, not fully truthful, just somewhat. Less than 30% of the American populace. And you know what? That number has gone steadily down since 2015, and it accelerated in 2016.
Yeah.
And you're going to see that number continue to drop. We can't trust them. You know, for all the reasons you guys just talked about, that, you know, especially Wes, you know, they use celebrities to try to leverage their celebrity, which, by the way, is destroying celebrity culture, because now you have people that don't even care about anything the celebrities say or the films that they're in. In fact, they eliminate half the audience whenever they open their trap. And, you know, it's never a good thing. But anyway, there's only 5 companies that control the majority of the mainstream media. 5.
Yeah. Anna Reviews, thank you so much for the $5. Says, Nina, did you see the Pfizer Superman theme meme tagged you on Twitter? LOL, that's how Pfizer and DC feel about themselves. I have not seen it. I was just going through my notifications to see like what you tagged me on, and I can't see it. So if you can tag me on it again, I would really appreciate it. Because I don't see a Superman thing on my feed right now. So yeah, please just send that over again. I appreciate the super chat though. Thank you. And then there was another one. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down here. Here we go. Leonard S., thank you so much for the $5. Says, it seems likely that people who do not have the virus can get it from the vaccines. Well, that's kind of been like what we found out now is that it doesn't stop transmission. They found out from a while ago that it's a symptom suppressor. It doesn't stop transmission. So like Gibraltar, like we were talking about, like all these insanely vaccinated populations having such a spike goes to prove that this is the case. So I think that, you know, all of this data coming out is kind of like speaking for itself, really. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Anyone?
Well,
I'm sorry. I just saw this meme. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I got distracted.
It happens.
I'll show it to everybody when the time is right.
Eric K's in the chat. Hi, Eric. I just made you a mod because I see there's a lot of weird stuff going on in the chat. Thank you so much for being here, Eric, and always being a great member of this
society
that we call YouTube. Our YouTube society.
I have a question. This is for the panel and those of you in the chat. Did you get a smallpox vaccine when you were younger?
I can't remember.
I did.
I don't think.
If it was standard, I probably did. Yeah.
Did you get a measles, mumps vaccine?
I'm pretty sure I got those.
Okay. Did you, other than the successive booster that you're given for both of those things, which are usually about 6 months to a year apart from each other, did you ever get another one of those in your lifetime?
No, I don't remember. Like, I remember getting the vaccines when I was like little, but I don't remember getting any. Like,
you know, specifically with smallpox and with the other one, the measles mumps hybrid thing, they specifically state that by the second dose, no matter what, in 99% of the time, you never have to get another one because you are, quote unquote, vaccinated. You've been granted immunity.
Nice.
So
Yes.
let me ask you a question. What's going on with what's being called that now? And why did the CDC change their definition of that word? Vaccination, what vaccines do, and why did they work around with the word immunity? What has changed so substantially in medicine that we have to redefine language around it to protect whatever's happening now? So I just need to ask a question. If you have the little mark on your arm that would show that you reacted to the smallpox vaccine on your left or right arm, you would see like a little weird, funny scar thing, right? Yeah. It's usually about the size of a nickel. Yeah. So I'm just asking you, other than that, what happened in your life that changed? I mean, nothing. Did you get a booster for that? No. So just pay attention to what's happening. Just pay attention to what you're being told. Because
I think one of the things that I also like to remind people is like always follow the money, because like, for example, today I read something like people at Pfizer are making about $63,000 per minute.
I think it is.
That's
was
crazy.
it? No, I think it's no, you're right. You're right. It's like $1,000 per second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
that is an insane amount of money for a company to make, for anyone to make. They came out and put out a tweet today. Did you guys see that? With like it was like a picture of the of a plane, and it was like scientists are the only ones that make sense, or whatever. Like scientists. Oh, I'm gonna bring up the stupid tweet. And I was like, you mean the scientists that you fucking pay off? Like,
it's faith. It's not even science.
But they pay off scientists, and then they have the nerve to be like, get on board with scientists. And it's like, dude, you're paying these people to tell people that your product is good, and it's not. It says, get on board, know who's good at science? Scientists. More like scientists we freaking paid off.
Right.
Like a bunch of crock of shit. And these people, like last week, it was that shitty meme that they came out with that was like completely creepy. And then this week, it's this. It's like, I don't even know who's controlling their social media, but just freaking stop. Aiken, thank you so much for the $7.99. Says the question I ask to a cult fervent person. Fervent person. Thank you. What did you care 3 years ago when people were undergoing chemo? This has degraded into a cold or flu level. I think it always was a flu level thing. Always from day one.
Hey, the flu kills people too.
It does.
It's like kids. Nobody ever gave a shit about the flu killing people before.
The flu and the common cold actually kill children, whereas in COVID has been proven that statistically it does not kill children. And then now we want to vaccinate these kids. Like it's mental. Like it's the craziest thing. What are you sharing, John?
So this was when the CDC flip-flopped. I think it's like March.
Okay.
And then they changed their tune in, I believe it was August. So.
Okay, let's see it.
All right.
Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick, and that it's not just in the clinical trials, but it's also in real-world data.
Reports from our international colleagues, including Israel, suggest increased risk of severe disease amongst those vaccinated early. Given this body of evidence, we are concerned that the current strong protection against severe infection, hospitalization, and death could decrease in the months ahead, especially among those who are at higher risk or who were vaccinated earlier during the phases of our vaccination rollout.
You done? Oh.
That's not my problem. It's yours.
Yeah, that's the CDC. You done effed up, Ron. That's,
oh my god!
They totally messed up.
I love that so much. Real quick, I just want to thank a deranged lunatic, aka DL, that's been a member for 2 months. Sent a member message saying, "Trust the science, even though it changes a lot." Yeah, it does.
But it's not misinformation, Nina.
No,
It's just science evolving.
science
It's
has
just
always
evolved.
evolved.
Yeah. By the way, science normally evolves in laboratories and not in humans. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
You know, you have to do a lot of lengthy study. You have to have double blind studies. You have to have lots of compelling peer review. You have to. It's years of information that it takes to develop anything for any purpose, right? I mean, pharmaceutical companies who develop drugs for years, a decade,
Oh yeah.
release them into the world and then have a recall 3 to 10 years later.
Pfizer did that.
Yeah, they did, because their drug specifically that is supposed to stop people from smoking it has a carcinogen within it that causes cancer. So let's just be honest, right? And not only that, doctors pay bribes to doctors. Pharmaceutical companies. There's the words. Pay
Big pharma, yeah.
bribes to doctors for pushing their products. They have been sued successfully for billions and billions of dollars. But hey, you know what? They will never ever lie again. Misrepresent.
Didn't Pfizer get sued
stuff
like
like that.
$26.5 billion for something like that?
Something extra huge, yeah. And
Yeah.
look, I'm just saying, we're in this weird place where you are blindly accepting something that doesn't jive with any of your previous life experience, right? It's never been this thing, and you've never in your lifetime been presented this way with anything. And by the way, during the I'm going to say this, fucktard presidency, you had a breakout of something that was even more deadly in the populace that ended up with it, right?
Zika? Are you talking about like Zika or what?
No, the previous flu. Yeah. And you know what? Do you know what? We didn't shut down.
But we had the same thing. That's the thing, though. We also had Zika like going on during
the Zika virus. Virus? Yeah,
and that thing was a big deal, especially around these parts.
Because it causes encephalitis. But anyway, rewinding. So we didn't shut down. The economy didn't get messed up. We didn't have rampant weird vaccine baloney sausage, right? People just went on, dealt with it, and unfortunately, we lost life with that too. But
culture, do you think that's mostly because of like what's going on with social media, like the advent of social media and how
look, I'm not going to dive into the conspiracy of it all. I'll let Wes do that, but this is 100% driven by the people who want to tie everybody up into a neat little box and call it a one world government, right? We're talking about the World Economic Forum and Krauss and his cronies that now occupy over 400 of the Fortune 500 companies on their boards of directors that end up traveling to meet with their deity and make sure that they are preaching the message of globalism.
I like how you're like, I'm not going to go into the conspiracy theory stuff, and then you go straight into like extreme conspiracy theory stuff.
Now I'm the setup man for this guy, so I'm done talking. I'm going to sit down.
Wes, please.
I thought that was amazing conspiracism there. I don't really have a lot to add except just have to applaud and be in awe. No. Yes, I do think that's the overlay to everything that's happening with the simulators. Event 201, the SPARS pandemic simulation. Bill Gates on both of them, funding both of them. John Hopkins. Just all of the same players are involved in it. The World Economic Forum, I believe they were participating in.
But do you guys
Event
think that all of that, like take Event 201 and all of that, right? Like if that had happened while social media wasn't a thing, do you think social media and what is going on with the new form of basically getting the news out to people and how like Facebook and Twitter and how much all that stuff has affected the psyche and the psychology of people. Do you think that that's added to this kind of like mass hysteria?
But Nina, it's only 4% of the U.S. population that spend any appreciable time with Twitter. Right. And of that 4%, there's only 1% that generate all of the traffic, the information, the garbage, the posts, whatever you want to call it. Right. So it's not that many voices. It doesn't take that many voices to pollute the well. But at the same time,
but it's not just Twitter, though, Culture. Like there's also Facebook. And Facebook is like all over the world.
Well, except that Facebook has its own problems because they developed a logarithm that only puts you in loops that are the people that are going to keep that echo chamber going. It's the same problem that happened with the YouTube and some other, sharing platforms where you only end up in that circle of, stuff. So I just, like I said, I mean, when you look at 2030, and the stuff that Wes and I talk about in the background or sometimes on his streams and stuff is, with the 2030 agenda and everything else, we knew they were going to downshift, and they told you, the WEF nutbags told you they were going to take the COVID hysteria and move it over to the climate bullshit. And we already have
and I have articles about this, and I want to talk about that as well. Yes, I love it. Culture. We're on the same page.
I'm living in this world, kid. I am. All right, go for
John,
it.
do you have any comments about any of this going on? And I see you searching on your.
Well, so vaccine development, and I could share it for everybody here if you guys want to see it. And I feel like we've shared this before. But
while you're sharing that, just real quick, Michelle O'Rourke says, Nina, I have a surprise for you. I gave birth to my daughter nearly 4 days ago. Big sister, my daughter and I are home now, and we finally home from the hospital. So, yay!
Big news. Congratulations.
Big news. Congratulations. Awesome. Many years of health and happiness to you and your family. That's amazing news. Thank you for sharing that.
That's beautiful.
That's awesome.
Congratulations, because there have been a lot of issues around childbirth recently. So congratulations very much.
Yeah, we definitely we want to highlight positive things though. So that's awesome. And also Christine, the Killer Car, thank you so much for the $5. Hey lady, can't stay. Just wanted to say hello. Have a great show. Thank you, Christine. Love you. Thank you so much.
Yep.
So John's sharing this now. Okay.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, going back to climate change, they are going to keep pushing that. Like this is like for the longest time they've been saying, just 10 years from now, like everything's going to, go to hell in a handbasket, 5 years. And it's just like Chicken Little, the sky's falling. And it just never does. So it really just hurts their case the more and more. But I do think this generation is being brainwashed. Like the younger they are, they're doing it at a younger age more than ever before. And I think, some of these kids are going to, they're just going to believe this shit. So, but as far as the vaccine development and testing goes, this is from vaccine historyofvaccines.org, an educational resource by the College of Physicians of Philadelphia. So I think we could assume it's a pretty trustworthy website. But they say, and this was probably around long before the COVID vaccine came out, vaccine development is a complex process, often lasting, 1-2 years? No. 10 to 15 years. 10 to 15 years.
That's what we've been wanting. That's what we keep talking about.
Public and private involved. So, and people, deride you for saying like, oh, you just got excuses and all this shit. It's like for every other vaccine before this, it was 10 to 15 years. But for some reason,
that was the industry standard. Yeah. Now it's no.
Yeah. And they're not liable either. That's the thing. They're not going to be liable if anything happens to you. So you're on your own. But meanwhile, you should get this.
Yep.
Come on.
And forget all the side effects.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. There is one FDA-approved one, Comirnaty, which just so happens, if you even go to the FDA website, formulation identical to BioNTech, the non-FDA-approved one. And guess which one they rolled out for the kids that they're giving? drum roll, you have the emergency use authorization one, BioNTech, and then you have the approved one, Comirnaty. They're rolling out BioNTech. You can't find Comirnaty anywhere.
Wow. Just like the whole thing with ivermectin. I shouldn't even say that word. But that whole situation, like, Pfizer's coming out with their own version, and then they're like, poo-pooing that drug of being like, oh, it's horse-based and blah, blah, blah. But they're doing like literally their own version where they can mark it up because, that other one, the horse-based one is very cheap. And you can get it basically anywhere. And it's freaking mind-boggling.
All about the money.
It's all about the freaking money, man.
I apologize for yelling. I didn't realize how loud I was.
No, that's I like it when you yell. It's your passion.
It's a good rant.
I love the passion.
Just remind any Biden supporter if they have anything to say about you not getting the jab, just remind them that they have the Trump vaccine inside them.
Yeah, this is the Trump
just
vaccine,
leave them
you
with
guys.
that thought. Operation Warp Speed from
the Trump vaccine is flowing within you.
And you can't get it out. You can't. There's nothing you can do to get it out of you. Trump got in you.
Yeah, Trump is in you now.
Weird way to put it, but it's kind of true.
It'll work. Leonard S., thank you so much for the $5. Says the boss lady at the CDC recently testified to the Senate that she does not know how many people at the CDC are vaccinated. Is this possible? I don't know. I don't know.
I watched that. I watched that testimony. That's 1,000% true.
Is it possible that she doesn't actually know, or is she lying?
I don't know. The interesting
she might not know. She doesn't know exactly.
Yeah. Is it everybody? Because it's supposed to be everybody. There's a deadline for having everybody, have the thing. So is it everybody? Is everybody? Because if not, you're not following your own bologna sausage, lady. And that was the whole point. So I guarantee you, she's going to get called onto the carpet. And if one person reports back that they're not, they're effed. Just like Merrick Garland got in big trouble. Merrick Garland got in big trouble today. If you guys saw the documents around this, for lying to Congress.
I have not seen that.
Oh, for misrepresenting information about the certain terminology being added to the Patriot Act authorization provision that allowed them to go look at parents for trying to defend their kids' education, for bringing things up with school boards. Yeah, I probably have those docs. Yeah, let me go see if I can find them.
So real quick, just to the previous points that were being made with regards to how everything is going to come back to climate change. I made this tweet, and I know we've talked about this. We know this is the next phase. They've told us this is going to be the next phase. Climate change will be the next phase of tyrannical control that has happened. They set the precedents with COVID and all the mandates. Now, I've been talking about this, and people like Wes have been talking about this for a long time, where we talked about how this was not the start of this. The start of it, to me, was actually the Patriot Act. And, because they were like, it's a state of emergency. We're going to start the Patriot Act and we'll get rid of it once this emergency is done. It's been how many years now? 20 years, and the Patriot Act is still there. So this is going to be the next thing. So you're going to start seeing headlines like rise in heart attacks attributed to pandemic stress and poor diet.
Yes, but not the thing that it's clearly directly linked to.
Right. And climate change may cause increased rates in heart defects in babies. And things like somebody else had posted a comment on this as well. Cannabis use disorder may be linked to growing numbers of heart attacks in younger adults. So you are going to see basically every single thing blamed for rise in heart attacks, for rise in this kind of money.
Except for the thing, Nina, that's been linked to myocarditis and the other heart issue, directly in reaction to a certain thing that is being required to be put in your body by certain parties.
That's right. And this is why I made this a few weeks ago. And I shared this on everything that I ever see about, like, heart problems, like, so rare, of basically all these athletes continuing to either basically get blood clots, heart attacks, collapsing, dying, basically like mere, days or weeks after they get that thing. And I mean, it's not like these kind of things have not happened in the past, but like, this is all from this year. Like, sometimes you'll hear one or two maybe a year when it comes to
Yeah.
this kind of stuff, but this is unprecedented stuff. And the fact that people are just still like, well, they're assuming the risk. They're assuming the risk to take this thing, but then they look down on other people that don't want to assume the risk of taking that thing, and they want to assume the risk for COVID, and basically, like, making us the villains and making us feel like absolute monsters for not wanting to contribute to this, insanity, like absolute insanity to me. Toxic Man Flu, thank you so much for the $10. Says, I'm contagious, but I'm only deadly to the woke narrative. Also, Wes is an alien, and Culture is a stud for donating his hair weave. Aww.
Thank you, Tox, man. I love you, and your support of everybody is amazing, brother. And don't be discouraged by the things around you, because there are more people that are with you than could ever possibly be against you, my friend. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the super chat and your support.
I mean, who thinks that Toxic didn't, or rather, Culture Casino didn't donate enough?
I could have gone deeper, dude, but the problem is that I'm
just
trying
shaved
to do
it all.
I'm trying to do it once a year. I've done that before. I'm trying to do it once a year, and right now,
back the next day.
Yeah. It's like seven. So like, at its shortest, it was 7 inches long. At its longest, it was 9 inches long when they did it. You can actually see the guy like actually having to saw through my hair. My hairdresser saw through my hair to like get through it. If you watch the video, it's amazing. I'm like, holy cow, because he's literally going,
oh my God, I'm gonna have to go watch that after this.
It's really fun. But I had, like I said, to me, this is a lot of fun. I enjoy it, because it's a spiritually uplifting, because it's passive. This is a passive process. I don't have to do anything, right? And I just grow the hair, and then it benefits someone else. And I think, I've done this more than a few times, right? And I just, like I said, I mean, if you can do this and you don't mind you're looking goofy for a little while, or as my hairdresser called me when he cut it the first time before he thinned it out and layered it, he called me Lord Farquaad after it fell around my head. And I'm like, thanks, Dick. So I used that anyway, but it was,
oh my
he's
God.
great. I trust this man. He's a good person. So,
somebody needs to meme this immediately.
Yeah. Oh, I already got
the information has been shared.
No,
so.
Rogue Disney already did a meme for Lord Farquaad. It was funny as hell.
Do you have it? Can you pull it up?
I'd have to pull it up, but wow, we got to swat the bot, kids.
I still say you look more like Janine from Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, rough, bro. Rough.
Oh my God.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
200 Watt Studios. Thank you so much for the $2. Says, no, you're not, Wes. Don't do that.
How am I not a wrench?
You're not?
No, I'm trying to swat your bot, kid.
Can you comment on there, and I'll make you one?
Wait, what bot do we have? Was it?
What is happening? Oh my God, my chat's insane right now. Why?
Here, there you go. I said fudgesicle.
You said fudgesicle? There you are, fudgesicle. Add moderator. There you go. Now you are now wrenched.
Eric K didn't get that. If Eric's still here, guys.
Yeah.
That's crazy. This is like the third bot in this chat tonight.
Yeah, I got it.
Mind you, I don't mind bots, because I feel like that means something is happening.
Do you like big bots?
I like big
bots,
and I can't.
200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the $2. Says, hey, hot gals. There's only one.
Well, no, but there are some hot chicks in the audience too. I know.
Okay.
I see
right. I thought he was talking about you guys. All right.
Well, thank you.
Turtle noises and shots for everyone. Thank you so much, 200 Watt Studios. He also had to say, John's not searching. He's watching Russian yoga bits.
Oh, I know that, dude. He not only that. Have you seen the naked yoga videos that John's got in his playlist? Amazing.
Excuse me.
How do you guys know about these?
I'm just saying.
I feel like I've been doxxed or something.
No,
I didn't know any of that.
No, they're not Russian. They're Scandinavian. Okay,
Yeah, that's right.
big difference. It's big,
Yeah.
and Ukrainian. So, no, I do want to share this meme with you guys because this was golden.
Eric, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Sean.
Oh no, you're fine.
no!
I'm sharing it.
Wow.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny.
Dude, I actually
Pretty good
saved.
Photoshop job.
It's a great Photoshop. I actually saved a meme thread that we're gonna go through later. But the quartering put one out. Another person was like, put your Kyle Rittenhouse memes here. Like, so several people have made them, and I saved them. So we're gonna go through that at the end of the show, just so we can laugh at all of it.
Nice.
There's a lot of good ones now. It's really good.
Cool.
But it's funny though, 200 Watt Studios, because I thought the same thing, especially when I read that super chat and everyone went silent. I was like, are people watching porn? Like, I don't, because everyone's silent now. And John looked like very intently staring at his screen. So I believe that's something like
His eyes are like,
yeah. I was like, something's going on. Like, what is he looking at?
I mean, if I'm watching porn during a live stream, you've at that point, whoever you are, you have a problem.
Yeah,
if you can't stop watching it during
you're like Tubin.
Yeah, you're
speaking
too far
of Tubin, this is the guy CNN marches out for the Rittenhouse trial. I'm like, are you extra stupid with cheese? I mean, did you write down the 1,000 ways you could be dumber than rocks? Because you succeeded.
It's true.
You put Tubin.
See if I can find that
you put Tubin out in front of that. I'm like, dude, really? Please.
It's 100% true. Joker Voice, thank you so much for the $5. Says liberty-minded people need to put decentralization of the federal government at the top of their lists. This only stops when enough people say no more.
Actually,
I can't agree with this more.
Yeah, except that we also, here's the bonus feature, kids, and this is on top of what Joker Voice says, which is 1,000% right. If you need to decentralize your money, kids, you need to find another place to put it. Because I'm telling you right now, the fiat you've got it in is losing 5 to 6% every month. But beyond that, you need to remember we have a 10th Amendment.
Yeah.
We have a 10th Amendment in the United States of America, and it says states' rights gives you the middle finger, bitch.
Wow. Culture, are you drinking tonight by any chance?
No, a little, but I'm drinking.
But yes.
I'm trying to use non-keto violating consumption this evening, so it's a little. Might be a little stronger than normal. Let's just put it in those terms. But
oh my god, I love it when culture gets real spicy.
Oh, dude, we were saucy. There were 5 streams I was on with John and Nina, where and Wes was on one of those, or a couple of them actually, where I may have had a little bit to consume that was maybe not helpful, but it makes me loud and funny, so people like it.
It's hilarious. I love it. Eric K, thank you so much for the $5. Says, my bad, I was making a drink. Dude, you never have to super chat to say that. Don't worry. Thank you so much for just even being here and hanging out in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You can just
Jeffrey Tubin, the guy who jerked off in front of his coworkers, thinks Rittenhouse is an idiot.
Yes.
Like, once you do something like that, like you can't say anything.
I don't know if there's a coming back from that. The fact that they brought him back is stupid, John. I don't know. Hey, please give me strength. Give me strength.
Any criticism he has, it's like anything he tries to pull out. It's just like, yeah, you're the guy who pulled it out.
Wow.
You've jerked off. Like, whatever criticism he has against anybody, they could just say like, yeah, but you're the guy that jerked off in front of his coworkers.
Yeah. You did
you're,
not. You did
you're
not,
like
you
the
did not,
lowest of the. Sorry, but I don't know how this guy still works for them.
I don't know, because he didn't exercise.
Because he apologized, you guys.
I actually have a theory on that, and that is that Jeffrey Toobin is actually the least perverted of all of them that work there.
He's got dirt on.
If that's the case,
that's hilarious.
I quit at this point. You know, excuse me. I would like swift exit to Mars at this point. I'm just saying, because
oh my God, I've wanted that for a while, man. Especially with like headlines like the one I saw today with a professor being placed on leave after saying sexual attraction to kids is not always immoral. I was like, brah, get me off this planet now.
But that's been a couple of days going on now. Like the ODU was getting their butts kicked. Old Dominion University, they were getting punched around. Not only that, the statement that they released, super weak. Because let me tell you, the thing that bothered me the most is that the only part of the statement was the center paragraph that said, "We believe that the abuse of children and the inappropriate abuse of children," because I'm not going to say that word on your stream because that's a no on YouTube, is immoral and blah 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 and is intolerant, whatever. But the first paragraph and the third paragraph used all the weasel words in the world to distance this. Oh, you have it. I love you people. I love you people. Let's go.
I have it. Real quick though, 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the $5, says it's the new propaganda delivery method. Internet and social media in the 1930s, the German bad guys used film and newspaper. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. I feel like the new social media, the advent of social media has really helped these bad guys just basically ramp up the fear porn, ramp up like every single thing that you can consume. And so you're constantly just bombarded with all this bullshit.
Yeah, I turn on the radio and it's like, have you been vaccinated?
I know, right?
You know, the TV, it's just like,
but
oh
it's
my gosh.
But it's worse than that, John, because you have the freaking lead singer, Tom Morello of the freaking Rage Against the Machine.
I know. Now the dude is like raging for the machine, brah. I'm like,
I won't do what you tell me.
I talked to a guy in a bar about this. I'm like,
what did he have to say?
Well, this guy, I mean, he was probably around my age, maybe a couple of years younger. He got jabbed 3 times, and this was before the boosters were like really
a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't see a problem with it. I'm like, these guys have been, because I think there was Rage Against the Machine on the radio and stuff, and we're both kind of plastered and stuff, and we're just talking about 90s music. And it's like, yeah, I thought it was kind of definitely a weak position for them to take. You know, Rage Against the Machine, and now you're requiring everybody to, obey the machine. It's like,
yeah, they're raging for the machine now. They're get out of here, fucking sellouts. Yeah.
I mean,
off.
It's one thing if you didn't have, like if you're not Rage Against the Machine, like nobody's gonna have that expectation of you. But the fact that you do, it's like you are just absolutely just pathetic,
just
man.
Trash. Like just don't even share your if you're like that, don't share your opinion. But if you're gonna share your opinion, get ready to be freaking like absolutely destroyed over
like this is how you have defined yourself for years.
Exactly. I remember when they were doing like, they had like one of the best songs in The Matrix when The Matrix came out. And I was like, yes, like this is like,
well, but that's the difference. See, and this is the weird thing. And this is the genius of Pauly, Latino Slant.
Yes. Shout out to Latino Slant.
Going back 18 months now, he and I got together on his channel to do a live stream way before he was monetized, back when I was one of his first 20 followers on YouTube, right? And we got together and we were talking about the Rage Against the Machine specifically, and our favorite film, El Mariachi, right? So because you're talking about this particular period of time when culture was changing and you had a heavy Latino influence at the time, and you had bands like Rage Against the Machine that they weren't ready to accept the establishment, right? They were the different version of punk rock. And at the same time, you had an independent filmmaker in Robert Rodriguez that made a film for $9,000 that made millions of dollars, even here in the United States, when it was, in Spanish. And then he went on to make just incredible films from there. So, you have these breakout things. And then if Robert Rodriguez sells out, I'm done. Right? This guy was half that equation, this fucking knucklehead. And I'm mad. I'm mad because you lied to get where you are. Look at this idiot. He's wearing a if that's not Photoshop.
I don't think that is photoshopped. I'm pretty sure that's a
Could
real.
be wrong. I'm sure it might be Photoshop.
It kind of looks Photoshoppy.
This one looks Photoshoppy, but he did wear one at a
something.
concert. I saw that one.
Yeah,
Chris
maybe.
Grant, thank you so
It's
much
possible.
for the $5. Says, I say we take Palpatine attitude from Phantom Menace towards this administration, wipe them out, and all of them.
Oh, Chris Coran, I love you, dude. I can't wait to see you in Florida, hopefully in the next month. But I want to say this to you, my brother. Only Siths speak in absolutes.
Yes, thank you,
What's up,
Culture.
Chris?
You put it better than I ever could. I absolutely agree with that. Thank you so much, though, Chris, for that super chat. Joker Voice for another $5 says we have seen an example of peaceful secession in real time. Brexit can be done. It is a viable option. And I was talking about this actually with Carrie yesterday because I did an interview with Carrie Smith for her channel. It's pre-recorded. It should be out next Tuesday. But we were talking about this. Sorry?
Unsafe Space?
Yeah.
Oh,
Carrie Smith
wow.
from Unsafe Space. She interviewed me, and that one's going to be out next Tuesday.
Wow.
And Joker Voice, we talked about this, and she brought up Brexit as well, because I also don't think that I do believe that I think that naturally people are going to secede in their own way in terms of like what is happening right now. Exactly. Like there is already mass exodus from certain states that are taking the crazy hand. Like, for example, California, like a lot of people are already leaving for Vancouver, I was going to say, for places like Texas and Florida and like, places like that. So I think you're going to see that more and more and more. And I think that it's just going to happen on its own. I don't think it's going to be one of those things where people are going to raise arms or whatever. Well, I think it's just going to happen naturally.
And I'll add to that and just say it is going to be peaceful. It's already being peaceful. You're 100% right. And we're going to get enough people into these states and they're going to use the 10th and we're going to start to decide we may cooperate, but we're not going to be governed like you. You can be the slaves to the tyrants if you want to be, but these 32 states that are saying no to you, we're not taking it anymore. The reason that the electoral system worked, especially in a representative republic, was because you weren't governed by the mob. And you guys are the mob, and you're trying to govern as the mob. And
people are still fighting this. Like this is Australia today. You're not seeing this kind of stuff in the news, but it's happening. It's happening everywhere. People are mad and they're sick of it, and they want this to stop. You're just not seeing a lot of coverage about it.
And they hide it. They undercount the numbers. They intentionally mislead. Notice how these cops are like not even engaging these people because they know better.
Yeah, this is in the middle of Parliament. This is the Parliament, and people have been camping out here overnight. Like in Melbourne, Australia, protesters demonstrated in front of Parliament for a fourth consecutive night, Wednesday, against interminable lockdowns, COVID tyranny, and a proposed bill that would grant the executive indefinite emergency
the minute
powers.
they do that, the minute this passes, they will have physical confrontations. And
there's going to be riots. There is.
No, I'm not even. I don't even know if it'll be. That's a very polite term to use, Nina.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And I don't look. I don't advocate for that. I think that is 100% always the very last option. But at a certain point, you run out of other options, and so it's that's a shame. And
Yeah.
you're, again, I mean, if you're wondering if you're a tyrant or not, it's when you have to enforce your ideas through violence and, and similar means. If you're wondering if you're a tyrant, that's how you're enforcing your ideas, because you have no other options, because they don't sink in any other way. Your argument is so poor. Your ability to convince the people that you govern is so lame that you have to resort to violence against the people, your constituency, the ones that that you should be respecting in the first place. And this leads perfectly into this.
But they know it
Well,
best.
it's like John F. Kennedy said, those who make peaceful, God dang it, peaceful
concessions, or like
peaceful. I think it's like those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable.
Exactly.
It's a great quote.
That's a great quote.
And just real quick before I get into this tweet, because I put this in the title, so we definitely have to talk about this one. But Darren M, thank you so much for the $40 super chat. Darren M has been a very big supporter of mine from day one. So thank you. I really appreciate this. Nina, a penny for your thoughts. Well, a penny for each sub you have. Looks like you just made it over 4K subs. Congrats, lovely lady. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I really appreciate
congratulations.
that. Oh my gosh.
Wait. I have a button for that. There it is.
Oh, I love that. I gotta get me one of those. I want one of those clapping sound things. But
Wow,
yay, thank you.
You don't want the clap thing. You don't want that. Just saying.
I said clapping sound.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you. I don't know. It was cut out for a second.
I love you, culture. This is actually really cool for me because all you guys on the panel have been kind of like with me since I started, especially John. I mean, he pushed me into like making this channel. Culture, you were like there from pretty much day one as well. Wes, I mean, with like the Rogue crew and everyone. Yeah. So like really it means a lot to me that you guys are here and for this kind of like milestone. So thank you guys all for pushing me to do this.
I can never say I'm so proud of you. I always, it's so fun. I mean, and thank you, Nina, for allowing me the privilege on being on your very large platform at this point. I appreciate.
Shut up. I hate you.
I love you.
I love you so much. I love you guys.
This is like hanging out with friends, though, because I mean, and whenever we get to do it, and I know it doesn't happen very often. But
I'm so culture. I am so trying to come out to Florida for that big meetup that's going to happen. I'm going.
Dude, bring your
if this whole vaccine thing doesn't stop me from going, I'm going. So
get up there, girl. Get up there. We'll figure it out. We'll find a place for you to stay. We got to get John's skinny ass up there too.
John's just got to figure out like if he wants to travel.
Skinny ass. John. I'm like 175 pounds.
Are you? I still outweigh you, bro.
Man. I don't know.
I got at least 20 pounds on your butt, and then not in a good way, by the way.
Yeah, but John's all muscle now.
Oh, culture. I know. Look at
he says that, but it's all like sexy muscle, and it's like
all muscle.
He's savage.
I know now he's wearing that sweater now because he's trying to cover up.
I think he's 50% muscle, 50% penis. Is that what he's trying to say?
Oh my god!
Only when I'm wet.
Oh, hey-o. Whoa! This whole stream.
Wes has to drive the universe to get there. I think Wes should show up in Florida too. I think it'd be a party.
Hell yeah!
Well, we did. Yeah, shameless plug. We did have Vic Mignogna come on trekking on Tuesday, and he did actually offer to give us a free tour of the studio in South Georgia. So,
that's so cool. That's awesome, Wes. That's so cool. Yeah. So thank you again, Darren, for that super chat. So yeah, like OSHA, that's what happened with them today. Is that they came out and made a statement. Ben Shapiro put out this tweet saying that OSHA has suspended implementation and enforcement of Biden's unconstitutional Vax mandate for private sector employees pending the outcome of litigation against the Real Daily Wire and others. This means that if you're a private sector employer who has been working to comply with Biden's mandate under the threat of government coercion, stop. There is no mandates currently in effect for you. Don't make it any easier for them. Fight. I 100% agree. The only thing that is a bit of a it's a bit of a mess about this is the fact that this is only private sector, so government employees are still screwed. You still have to get.
That's true, but here's the other problem that they run into. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, this is basically the OSHA statement that came out today. OSHA also, just for those of you that don't know, stands for Occupational Safety and Healthy Administration. That is in the United States. So on November 16, 2021, a federal Occupation Safety and Health Administrator, OSHA, announced it is suspending all implementation and enforcement efforts related to the Emergency Temporary Standards, ETS, on mandatory COVID-19 vaccination and testing in the workplace. The announcement follows the November 12, 2021 order from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals staying enforcement of the ETS pending a final ruling on its legality. OSHA intends to resume implementation and enforcement of the ETS following litigation if permitted. This newly stated position immediately impacts employers with 100 or more employees who are not federal contractors or otherwise subject to Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services guidance. Such employers can breathe easier as they are no longer faced with December 5th, 2021 and January 4th, 2022 compliance deadlines associated with implementing a vaccine mandate or weekly testing program.
Wait a minute. Holding up my hand.
Yes.
This was the actual statement from OSHA?
That's what they're saying here. The Occupational Administration announced that it was.
The irony of the statement made there?
There's some, yes.
Such employers can breathe easier.
Yes.
Such employers can breathe easier.
While they're wearing a mask?
No.
What? What do you mean?
No, that's freaking hysterical to me.
Okay, what about it?
Easier because they are no longer held to these stupid ass freaking governmentally sanctioned tyrannical fucking oppressive regulations
because they're basically saying don't blame us, blame them. We're just doing what they tell us to do. And
here's the thing, OSHA is in no position, and by the way, the federal court has knocked down the ETS, the emergency temporary standard, more than a few times when it's come to a federal court. I'm just saying, because this non-elected governmental body does not have authority to do this process.
Right.
So you're about to see some major ass kicking in federal court. I'm just saying.
Well, and that's the thing that I've been saying forever is that, like, from the moment this all started, I was like, people need to start filing lawsuits. Like, I don't like whether that's Canada or the United States or wherever, you need to start filing lawsuits, because lawsuits, when they go through, this is how you stop your government from basically full out tyrannical takeover and mandating your entire life, is if you win in court through the proper procedures. And this is why this is so important. And so when the Daily Wire made that announcement that they were suing based on this is based on their suit and others, but everybody kind of was calling the Daily Wire out, like the Republican making fun of them, like this like Republican news outlet is like, trying to sue over the mandates, ha ha ha, and here we are now. Like, that suit alone has stopped this from happening. So like more things like this need to happen to get the government's attention, because they don't, like you're saying, Culture, they don't have the right to do this.
And let me tell you this much, right? If your employer is still so gung-ho on this, an attorney sent out essentially a form letter that you can hand your employer that outlines your acceptance of doing this particular procedure, as a condition of doing your or remaining employed, that they have to sign for it to happen with your compliance, that essentially relegates them to accepting any and all negative aspects that could occur because of said requirement. Any and all, which would include, any form of side effect, debilitation, or anything else that would occur, including death. Mm-hmm. Directly related to it. So this puts there's a list of 10 things that the employer that it puts the employer on the hook for. I wish I could find the tweet. It was a long time ago. I tweet a lot, but you essentially have them sign this document. Say, okay, under you can have these mandates, but these are the conditions under which I'll be doing this. Otherwise, I will sue you for wrong termination.
Yes, exactly.
And believe me, they're not going to enjoy that. Because again, I mean, despite the fact, even if you're an at-will employee, you still have rights. And believe it or not, the labor board is required to support your rights, especially if you claim religious exemption, right? So there you go. I mean, and it's not that big a deal to join a church that's 100% anti vaccine mandate. Not that hard. You can find one.
That's
easy.
very true. Although some places are not expecting them.
Can you claim? I guess that don't you need some proof?
No, it's religious. You don't need to do
sure.
Shit. Yeah.
No, and I like do it.
But I mean, but that's the argument though, is that some places are not even accepting religious, religious freedom or whatever.
And
like for example, the NBA. The NBA told everyone to fuck off.
They can't do that. Right. And see, this is how you know that the ACLU is corrupted at this point, because they're not going out and fighting for, civil rights at all. They don't care. Civil rights are the rights that are granted to you by the government. The problem is that guess what? You were granted rights at birth that supersede those civil rights. You have human rights, and the government, all of these arguments, and I'm going to start sounding like an attorney, come under the delineated powers, right? There are the laws that are written outside of delineated powers have no authority and should be fought as such in federal courts around the country. There are no provisions anywhere in the Constitution that allows for any of these things that we're currently discussing to actually be enforced, because their Constitution does not allow for it. It's not in there. Even subsequent laws based on the Constitution have to fall within those delineated powers. If they do not, they are unenforceable per the Constitution. We are either a nation of laws or we are not. So if you talk to any attorney, especially a constitutional law attorney, they're going to say the same damn thing I just told you.
Right, and I agree with all of that. Here's the thing, though. Like I see stuff like this. Actually, before I say this, Toxic Manflu, thank you so much for the $5. CNN is hip, so they're encouraging to grip it and rip it on camera. I don't know what that means.
That was Tubin. Yeah, Tubin taking a tube of Vaseline or whatever.
I love Toxic Man Flu for the humor that he brings.
Here's what I'm curious
that went
about.
Way over my head.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Here's what I'm curious about with the mandates being struck down. Say, what happens to all of these people that have already taken the jab? Well, and I'm not done yet.
Oh, please. I'm sorry.
So what happens with the people that have already taken the jab? Turns out, it's been overturned by the courts. The Supreme Court says, no, you can't do that. And they can't do that. It's pretty obvious. And, but let's just say the people that didn't resist it and ended up getting the jab were basically coerced into getting it. They have adverse effects down the road. You can't go after the vaccine manufacturer. I mean, do you go after the CDC? Do you go after your company?
You go after the CDC and you go after your employer. You go after the employer.
Especially in places like Florida, where they've put out laws saying that they cannot do that. So that they're viable. If they're mandating a vaccine, they're liable. Excuse me. For this, if they're making people get vaccinated to work. So if you're in places that are like that, this is why I encourage everyone to keep up with what's going on so that they can know that they are protected, especially in their local areas. Like if you're in Florida, right? I think Texas is doing something similar as well. Like you have a lot of rights, more so than you would if you're in California or places like Canada, where, for example, I saw this today and I was so livid, you guys. I can't even explain to you, but I saw this. So this is this is a real tweet by the Canadian Medical Association president, who wrote, Dr. Catherine Smart. This is her kid. She posted a pic of her kid. and says, my son, 11 years old, on his third round of self-isolation from COVID school exposure, isn't taking any chances. Virtual school this week, thanks to this amazing teacher. Let's do better, kids. Layer up protection. Vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds coming soon. First of all, like, I don't even know if this is true. Like, she's actually making her kids sit there with, like, you know, for a virtual class wearing this bike helmet. Like,
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's
this is
child
in her own
abuse.
home, so I don't really understand this at all, let alone like making your kid sit like this in school, in public. I don't understand if she's virtue signaling, but this to me, this is the proof of
Maybe
someone
she doesn't
who has
want to
been
reveal
paid.
the identity of her kid or something, you know.
No, I don't think so, because she's saying virtual school this week, or sorry, exposure is in school, exposures isn't taking any chances. Third round of self-isolation from COVID. I think she's like literally talking about like covering the kids' faces with masks and shit like that. I don't know. But you think this is because of privacy that she's doing this?
I maybe. I don't know. I mean, not everybody wants their kid's face out there, but was she the one that did put that one picture out of her kid? Maybe
I don't know.
That might have been a different doctor.
I hate to interrupt. I have to do something.
Go ahead.
He's got a beautiful soul.
George
Is he here? Is he in the
He joined
chat?
us just a minute ago.
Hail George.
George, good to see you. Oh my goodness. I see people. Oh, there he is. George Mollo. There you are. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. He's going to join us this Sunday, and we're going to talk about some entertainment stuff. We're going to probably be talking about Cowboy Bebop, so that'll be fun. But yeah, so like what do you guys think, Wes? What do you think of this?
Well, I'd have to look at her Twitter, but my gut, just looking at this now, I think it's probably parody and satire. I hope.
It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be.
I wish, you guys. Let's see. Dr.
Just go check the
Catherine
bio.
Smart,
How leftist is she?
president of the CMA, docs, a pediatrician's mom of 2, excessive passion syndrome. I don't know what that means. Hashtag EPS, lover of change, seeker. Views are my own. She, her.
Pronouns in the bio. She's a whack job.
God, it's real. It's real. Damn it.
She's a leftist.
Oh, and look at that. Her kid is in a video, so she doesn't give a shit about covering.
Oh, she doesn't care about her kid. That's great. Put it out there. I'm sure there's some maps out there that are digging that chick.
And lives in the Yukon. He has imped message. Okay, so this is not her kid. So she has no problems putting other kids'
okay. All right.
pictures.
Well, hey, look. Well, you know what, lady? You're a whack job.
I think that his picture, like his shirt.
Which one? Like this one?
No. I don't want
He's
to see
wearing
him
there. Yeah. Big white. To me, I feel like that's white supramacy.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of like an underlying hidden message there.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Yeah. She's definitely, she's definitely promoting white supremacy in Canada right now. I'm just saying, you know,
I mean, if the shirt said small white, then okay. But it's like big white,
tiny white, or, you know.
What if it said big black?
That would explain a lot. But anyway,
she probably should be okay.
You know,
She'd be,
look, I
mean, who's the father? No.
Well, hey, you don't know. You don't know, John. You don't know. I feel bad for Nina because, you know, she has to deal with
No, I love it. I love this kind of conversation. 200 Watt Studios. Thank you for the $20. Says,
$20.
Had therapist working with me on my anxiety. I mentioned how you can't talk to friends anymore because they believe all they hear on MSNBC or Fox. He says, but you can't equate MSNBC to Fox. Remember January 6th? Never went back.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
I know that there's a bunch of news about January 6th today. I saw
they won't let you forget, folks.
No,
they won't let you forget that the people that went to the Capitol, for the most part, they stayed between the velvet ropes. They did something very similar to a women's march that was only a few years prior, and they essentially did nothing that actually threatened anybody, and yet one of them got shot by a Capitol policeman through the door.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Kenosha, they're freaking burning down buildings, and
and
you
then
know,
you
but
put
that's okay.
Yeah, you
That's
put a kid
okay.
on, and you put a kid on trial. You put a kid on trial who was self-defending himself, which is very clear from pretty much every piece of evidence that they showed. Let's say this, and you know what, Shellback, you're right. They were let in. Right?
Yeah, I believe that
there
too.
were
I think they were
federal
let in.
government plants among them who were not among the charged for obvious reasons. So let's be very clear with what happened there, right? All you have to do is engage your brain pan and use your eyeballs, which they don't want you to do. I just talked about this less than an hour ago. You are being told not to believe your eyes, not to do your own research, not to, pay attention to things other than mainstream, quote unquote, complete bullshit, authoritative sources who've been giving you misinformation the entire fucking time.
I love you, Concert Casino. Hi, Demogenai.
There's a
Raging
pimp in this
Rhino.
house.
Hey,
Thank you
what's
so
up,
much
Raging?
for the $7.99. Says, just wanted to send some love. Congrats on the 4K subs, Nina. I'd like to think I had something to do with it. You did.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
did.
You brought all 4 Australians over here, Raging Rhino. Thank you.
We used to have a show. It was called The Fantastic Four with Raging Rhino, and this little gem came from that. So,
I know. I'm
shout out to
teasing-
Raging Rhino.
Because I'm big on cocaine every day. Like when I get off work, cocaine. When I go to sleep, cocaine. When I wake up, cocaine. I'm serious. Guys, look up cocaine.
Yeah, I remember those shows.
Good
You
times,
guys were
good times.
were
times.
entertaining.
I love you, Raging. Thank you so much.
I miss Rhino. I got to get that dude. Wes, let's have this guy over on the Sunday Culture Review. What do you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's a great idea. You guys
Yeah.
should definitely do that.
We need to get Rhino over there.
I love Raging Rhino, especially when he gets all mad. Raging Rhino, I saw you. I saw you go at some people on Twitter, and I was laughing, especially because of the Kathleen Kennedy thing. I saw it.
Easy.
I saw it, and it was
Easy.
funny. 201 Studios, thank you so much for the $2. Says, just showed my brainwashed people are pod people. It's true. They are. They're all pod people now. So let's get into this other headline, because I know, I'm sorry, Culture, you have to go soon, and I told you you're allowed to leave. And it took
a
us
while ago, but this is fun.
It took us like an hour and 45 minutes just to talk about COVID, and I said we weren't even going to talk about COVID much, and then we ended up.
I
talking
blame
about it for 2
John, who's a
hours.
nipple right now. What the fuck, John?
Hi, John.
Seriously,
Nip John.
nipple
John's showing
boy.
nip.
What's up with that?
Okay, so let's start with this. I think he's probably stepped away. So we're gonna start with this here, just because I love the fact that Nick Rekieta is getting all sorts of recognition. I hate the Daily Mail, but he was mentioned on there. So YouTube censors live stream and commentary of several independent legal experts who commented on Kyle Rittenhouse trial just moments after judge dismisses the gun charge. YouTube briefly suspended a number of independent law groups who were commenting on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial over policy violations. The incident happened just as Judge Bruce Schroeder dismissed Rittenhouse's charges of illegal possession of a firearm. The company claims that the channels were using copyright audio despite footage from the trial being public domain. One prominent law group, Rekieta Media, lost about 40,000 viewers during the suspension. Meanwhile, other news outlets like PBS were
You didn't do it
up
right.
and
You have to do
running
it.
the whole trial.
Meanwhile, you have to do it
Meanwhile.
right. There you go. Okay.
So there they are. This has been a absolutely great coverage of this trial. It's been amazing. What the frig? Culture
Really good
Casino with a $50 super chat. Can you do the little clap thing for yourself?
Oh wait, no. Well, I
Yeah.
could, but that's
You have
self-serving.
Shireen?
That's self-serving.
Culture. I don't have a clapping one, but I have
Well,
one.
that's good. You don't want the clap. Then you have to get a shot. It's like really. It's like
Is it an actual vaccine?
No, it's penicillin in your hip. Feels like somebody shot you with a rock. Not good.
Oh Oh my God, culture casino.
I've never had that before. I know. I'm just going off of
He's speaking
descriptives.
from experience, you guys. He wants to
Never.
say he's not, but
Never.
he
Never.
is.
It's embarrassing how I wouldn't know about any of that stuff.
Oh my God. Well, thank you for your $50 super chat. Says, congrats, Nina. You deserve the 4K. Send some my way. Please, everybody, go and subscribe to Culture Casino.
It's not that. That's not why I did it. I joke on you. I just want to say Wes and I are both grateful for your enormous platform, Nina.
You know who has the biggest platform here?
John. This guy up here, he hasn't had me on his show for
and he doesn't even stream anymore.
No,
I don't even have me on my show.
Yeah, you should be on a show, John. You should do that thing.
He's going to be taking a break soon.
Only when I do 200, we'll do that.
He's already done a break. Are you kidding?
You know what? Hey, Culture,
like
that's true. Hey, Culture. So when he has his 200K celebration, we're partying. So
dude, I will be there, man. I want to celebrate this hard. Man. He deserves it, man. Talk about being able to pivot to something greater than yourself. I mean, John is like the epitome of like, I need to change with the times, and he did it well.
We are definitely partying hard for that.
Thanks. Yeah.
Wait, where are you at now? Let me just double check here.
I want to give a quick shout out. We were talking about the Fantastic Four.
Ninja Blast. You got it.
Yeah. So
I don't have it yet.
I already got.
Wait. Let me.
I already got the two. I already got the 2 comics, but I got the print. This came in a couple of days ago. I meant to take a picture.
I got one of those.
Post it on Twitter. But yeah, so Fatal J.
Dude, Fatal is just awesome. Fatal, I need my book.
Wow.
So.
Oh my God.
It's 11 by 17.
It.
Yeah.
Cool
stuff.
It.
Cool stuff. I'm proud of him. For making it happen.
He told me he sent me mine, and I'm like counting the days until I get it.
I'm like sitting on my hands waiting for this. That's the problem with all you East Coast snobs. I don't get my shit forever.
Dude, I'm in Mexico. Good luck. Let's see if it shows up. I had to talk to him.
You guys have to bribe. You're gonna have to bribe the.
I had to talk to him a whole bunch of times because I was like, dude, you have to make sure that you send it either UPS or FedEx because it will not come here if you send it via USPS. Like it will not. They will not. Like it just won't.
Damn.
If you send it snail mail. No, if you send it snail mail and the second it gets to basically Mexico, like it gets to Mexico City, good luck because they're like the Mexican mail system will not send it to you. The only like thing that we get here that you can actually be sure that gets delivered is UPS or FedEx because they have to like be responsible for it.
Yeah, this is another case of like don't rely on the government.
Don't rely on the government.
Private companies are just way better than the federal government every time.
Look, I still have the hairbrush though. I'm just saying.
Aw, he's so cute. 200 Watt Studios, thank you so much for the $2. Says it creeped the F out of me. He didn't get it. Aw, like about your therapist.
Yeah.
That's
and
okay.
And that's the other problem.
He might need some therapy himself.
Yeah, he probably does. Well, actually, the people that go to therapists most often are therapists.
Our therapists. You're not wrong.
I hate to say it's fucking true.
I have a friend like that actually.
Whoa, hey, holy hell!
Therapy.
Wow. Check your chat, biatch.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll get to that in 1 second. Demajanai, thank you so much for the $2. Hail to the beautiful people on the panel, especially Nina. I love you, Demajanai. Hello.
Thank you, Demajanai.
Demajanai, I don't ever get the notifications anymore since you guys changed the date to Wednesday for the Dark Council.
Well, and they rotate it. You should reach out to Nina. Not Nina. You should reach out to Lorena since she's the producer. Silly. She would.
What am I supposed to reach out to her about? Like, I know it's on Wednesday, but I don't get the notification.
Okay, but just say when's the show? Where's it at? And Demajanai, he's handsome and muscular.
Oh, it's on Fatal.
Says Nina has enormous platforms.
She does. Huge platform. Have you seen Nina's platform? I'm just saying.
That's a really good one, Rudy. That cracked me up. Wait, 200 Watt Studios says Nina has 2 enormous platforms. Thanks.
Hey now. Okay.
Hey, Shane G, thank you so much for the 10. Says congrats on the 4K. Shane G's been with me since day one as well. Thank you so much, Shane G. You are always appreciated and nice to see in the chat.
Ready?
Love you, Shellback. 10K subscribers, shirtless casino.
That's true. I am starting to do massive amounts of working out so that when I get to 10K, I'll be yoked.
Get this man to 10K, people.
That's
we
right.
need a shirtless casino stream.
That's
Let's
right.
go.
And I'll bring memes of destruction on that stream because dude is yoked. Have you seen his videos? Hokey smoke. Dude is lifting everything on the planet.
Sticks Drop Star says, I got my Mexican this thing. I ordered a month ago. It took 20 days to get it out of Mexico. Dude, I have some too, because it's very, very easy to get here in Mexico. You just go to the pharmacy and get one. You don't even have to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
There's a lot here.
And, oh, by the way, it's a pull. No, wait. Oh, wait. Go ahead. I'm going to do this.
George, he's got a beautiful soul.
George, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Says, congratulations, my friend, on hitting 4K. You deserve it. You work hard bringing both the news and hope to many, many people. Can't wait till 10K, onward and upward, and all hail to infinite hope. All hail, Nina. Always forward.
Absolutely.
George, you do have a beautiful soul, George. I love you. Thank you so much. And I really, really appreciate all the love for infinite hope, because I feel like that's what we need now in this world. And I have a clip for that. Here it is.
Good news, everyone.
Uh-oh, I don't like the sound of that.
Thank you. But yeah, so like back to the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I'm just gonna leave this super chat up here for a minute because I love.
Yeah, you should.
George.
You should leave it up for like 27 years.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. I would like to say though that Culture did make me cry with his $100 super chat on Infinite Hope the first time I got monetized, and him and Teresa Martin teamed up and sent me $100 super chats, and I start crying.
Honey,
it was a scene, man.
It's always a big deal. It's like I always tell people, I'm like, look, there are milestones along this journey we're all taking together, and so it made a lot of sense. And I want to stick here forever, but I got to dip. Like,
going? Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to because this is you.
We're already at midnight. Didn't realize it. Flying by.
All right, I will give you a little bit. I'll give you a little bit more. Give you a little bit more.
15 more minutes. Just okay. You know what? Let's start with you, Culture, since you have to go.
Yeah.
Try your best to explain to everybody in such an allotted time how you feel. Have you been following the trial? Like,
of course, yeah.
Okay, so tell everybody what you thought of the things that happened today. The judge's statements, including how he basically came out and said that the media coverage of the trial is responsible and frightening.
Irresponsible. Yeah.
What like, okay, tell us what you think. What's going on?
Actually, it's quite clear. I mean, literally, they're leaving out important facts. They've been doing it since the very beginning, not actually giving anybody any context. They are leaning heavily into the social media, short stack crew, who are essentially very smooth brained because they only consume media in tiny little bites of information. 250 characters aren't going to get the job done, kids. It just isn't. 210, 220. Doesn't matter how many characters there are. You have to pay attention. You have to be seeing these things. So if you sat back and you watched this trial, you saw very clear from all of the imagery and the finally released, finally available FBI HD footage that was available showing Kyle Rittenhouse retreating away from these perpetrators that he essentially defended himself against. And go ahead.
Real quick, Culture. Like, the thing is that I've found with a lot of people that have a problem with what's going on, especially if you're not following the trial, which most people are not. Like, a lot of people are not actually following like the day-to-day what's going on. They kind of get like these point form things, kind of like the way I was reading from the Daily Mail. And then
Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist. You know,
yeah, like, you know, you
obvious,
hear
like,
these weird things, right? And I think from this consensus that I've gotten is that people believe that no matter what, he shouldn't have been there.
Sure.
And that he basically took the law in his own hands, and it's a form of vigilante justice that shouldn't be happening in today's society.
Sure.
And I believe that to some extent that is true, because the government, the state failed the people that day, that night.
Yes. They abdicated their responsibility when the police stand back and let
exactly, and there was no National Guard,
and criminals burn down communities for successive nights in a row, do nothing because
destroyed a police station.
Burned it down.
Just burned it down. The mayor is just like kind of like, well, you know, I mean, if it, you know, we're not gonna do anything. Dumbass said that. What do you think's gonna happen, you moron?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, you have people, they were asked to do a certain job. He was one of them. He went and did it. He didn't violate any laws at all. By the way, those charges that, you know, people, he crossed straight lines. Like all of a sudden the fucking extreme leftists are worried about borders. That's the funniest joke going around now on the internet. But beyond all of those things, he didn't break any laws by crossing a state border. You know, at all. He traveled 21 miles to defend a particular location, stand there, and also administer aid when required.
And he was asked to go there. It wasn't like he decided by himself that he was going to just go there that night.
No, Nina, he, at the outset, he went in a car with a gun, and he premeditated that he was going to shoot people. Like, that's he wanted to ruin his life, Nina. Don't you understand?
Yeah. No, well, this is the weirdest thing, right? So, but you try to paint that narrative when the Grosskreutz dude that got up there and instead of like committing perjury, actually like honestly answered the questions, and then outside of that answered them in complete lies. But in court, he answered things correctly, telling the truth about the fact that he leveled a gun at Kyle, right? The survivor, right? We're talking about specifically, which you can see all of this stuff. The video is very clear. But beyond that, that guy traveled 30 more miles to go to where he was going to riot and burn shit down. And George is right. The police were not doing their job. They sat back. They stood down. They did not prevent the loss of life that happened that time. The gross negligence is on the mayor and the governor of that state. Right?
I think it's mostly the governor. They did not even call the freaking National Guard in, and the city was burning down, man.
Look, I actually, Nina, I while I agree with you that they have culpability, I'm going to tell you, the people in that particular city, the mayor, not doing anything about people committing crimes in their town, that's the culpable. Those people are culpable. The people who don't prevent crime.
Yes.
Right. So let's get back, you know, and again, the governor also equally culpable. But if I were going to assign blame, it would be more towards the mayor. And, you know, essentially, you know, even the police officers themselves, although they do have to respond to what the chain of command tells them. Beyond that, every single piece of evidence, if you watched any of this at all from beginning to end, and I'm sure Wes is going to say something similar, you see him retreating from the situation. And at every single instance, every time he was threatened, he retreated, right? You have the three people that are chasing him down. They're all criminals. One of them is a career criminal. One of them is a pedochild. Yeah, and one of them is just a straight up crazy mental patient that was released from the hospital the same day.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And he's using foul language, you know.
Here's the thing too, is like most people want to say that, like, okay, whatever the case, you know, like people died. Like people died, and
Yeah.
and it shouldn't have happened,
of their
right?
own accord. Sure. Guess what? If Kyle shouldn't have been there, neither would
They
the 3
shouldn't have been
people
there.
who were there as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
the
And
thing
so-
to
and
me
so-
that
Some of those people, I'm sure a lot of them cross state lines. Oh my gosh.
But that's the weird thing, right? So we've covered the distance part of the conversation. I don't even care. It's irrelevant, to be honest
But
with you. It
that's-
doesn't
This
matter.
was his
not
dad. This
irrelevant,
was
though.
his dad's neighborhood. He
Exactly.
probably
This
grew,
is what George is saying, is that it's not even that he cries state lines, that like to go to a state he's never been to before. His father lived there. He was part of that community.
Yeah.
So like I think that it's unfair to say that he's
You-
just from another state. Like
you also have altered footage by the prosecution, right?
that is crazy.
You have a lot of evidence. By the way, they tried to subvertly put evidence into the record that had not gone through the proper judicial procedure. They're trying to cast aspersions on the judge. They're trying to cast aspersions on anybody else that doesn't fit the narrative. These people are lying and manipulating information as prosecutors. They are breaking the law.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, if they aren't disbarred after this trial, these 2 prosecutors, there is no justice system in Wisconsin.
There is no way in hell they're getting disbarred. Are you
They
kidding
should be.
me?
They should be.
I know they should be. A lot of things should be happening, but it's not.
At the very minimum, they should be censured, and all of it should be in the public record that they did all of these things. Look, he leveled a loaded firearm with his finger on the trigger and pointed it at the goddamn jury.
I know. Isn't this something like
after
I
Alec
feel like-
Baldwin. After Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, he asked the question, what do you have to fear from a handgun? Alec fucking Baldwin, motherfucker. Pay the fucking attention. Jesus, Binger, you're a stupid motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's nuts.
That would have been my answer. If I were Kyle on the bench, dude, did you not see this thing that happened on the Rust set? Are you fucking retarded? That would have been my answer to that stupid ass.
There's updates
I
to
would
that
have
too.
ceased giving that guy respect the moment that he, displayed none towards the fact that when you're handling a firearm, you have to assume it is loaded. All of his activities from the point that he picked up any form of, I guess they want to say it's an AR. Well, most people don't even understand the terminology around firearms, right? They're like, oh yeah, he's got a clip. No, he has a magazine. It's like they don't understand the terminology. They don't understand how to properly handle the weapon. And they demonstrated that at every turn. And these people are supposed to be, educating the jury about said things and said events. They don't even understand them themselves. These were the least qualified people to prosecute this case. And while that's being brought up, I still believe that the defense was weak as hell because they had many opportunities to object that I would have been like, whoa, wait a minute, motherfuckers, this is not good procedure. Judge, I object to, these freaking idiots bringing this stuff up because 5,000 things, hearsay. I mean, there were like 11 things. This was what was amazing about Rakita's coverage, right? You had brilliant minds, anywhere from 6 to 10 minds on the screen talking about different elements of what was being done and things that should have changed. They were balanced. They were like, well, why isn't the prosecution pointing out this? Why isn't the defense doing this? It was not leveled in one direction, but unfortunately, it was very clear. If you were watching, even if you muted them, if you turned off their sound and just watch this with nobody's voices in your head, you cannot find any other reasonable idea that this kid was merely defending themselves in a bad situation in which there was no other opportunity because he was trying to escape the situation than to take care of it himself in self-defense.
Yeah,
and
he's not the aggressor of the situation. He's being pursued.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's running. He's trying to get away from everything. And again, I've said it 100 times. Like, if you're stupid enough to charge somebody or confront somebody with a gun, like you probably were not going to have a full life anyways. Like if you were that dumb, like you weren't going to die of natural causes.
No.
You were going to die in some other stupid way.
Well, I mean, okay, so like the person that went after kids for, their yayas, right? The map, whatever you want to call that person, right? That person was going to end up dying in prison because you know what happens to those people in prison. You had a lot of things that were going to take care of themselves. But that isn't the whole problem here. The problem is in that particular circumstance and on that particular day, this person defended themselves no matter what the other people did, right? No matter what their history was. And this is the thing I don't want to conflate with something else. I want to put it this way. You ran into someone. You pursued someone who was holding a firearm.
Yeah.
You made a decision, right? Was that a good decision? Was that something that wouldn't win you a Darwin Award? I'm just trying to tell you, if you roll up on me and I happen to be strapped, by the way, and I am from time to time, I'm usually wearing it tactically, visibly on my leg, right? And so you see it. You see it. When I go into situations where I know it's less than safe, you will see it. And you know what? At that point, it's nothing more than a deterrent, or I'm making you aware. I am prepared to defend myself if you intend to do me harm.
Speaking of people doing harm to Disney Star Wars, here's Raging Rhino.
Oh! Hey, Raging.
Hey, what's up, Raging?
G'day, guys.
Yeah, man.
I haven't seen you in a minute, brother. Holy shit,
It's been
dude.
a while. Last time I streamed with you, Culture, it was on the full Aussie. Last time I streamed with these two, and I've never streamed with Wes.
Oh, dude, you're missing out. You're missing out.
Wes,
Rhino.
Raging Wes.
Maybe on. No, I don't think so. I was on Midnight's Edge. Were you ever there? Like, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I was on a couple of them. It's been a while.
Streamed with a lot of people. But how y'all doing?
Doing good. Doing good. How have you been?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Other than,
Well, this is a special occasion. I'm gonna break me out a cold one. Cheers to Raging.
It's a party now. It's a party.
If you're gonna do that, then I better do it too.
Oh, crap.
Oh,
now I
hell.
got to go to the cupboard. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
I'm gonna go to get a glass. I'll be back. Let me say hello to everyone.
Yeah.
Everything's been good, other than obviously people know what's going on here in Australia. It's not great. There's basically this bill that they're trying to pass. There was 100,000 people protesting in the city on the weekend. It was incredible. Vaxxed and unvaxxed. I know that. Sorry, I've gone off the Rittenhouse
Oh, you're
stuff.
good, brother. Go.
Okay.
Yeah, the narrative is fucked. You're right, Shelba. Thank you. But yeah, so I've just been a lot's been changing. That's why I haven't been able to sort of stream and do a lot with a lot of people because jobs have been changing and
right.
It's crazy. But yes, I'm doing all right. Other than that, I lost my job, but I got a new one straight away, pretty much. With a
Oh,
guy
that's good that you got a new one, not that you got lost at the other one.
Everything okay, bro?
Yeah. The one that I
have
left
you
was
been following the Rittenhouse stuff?
Oh, have I been following it? I have not stopped listening to Ricada's streams.
I know, me too, man.
Like 9 hours a day. I'm literally at work at the moment because the work that I'm doing now is just window cleaning. So I put my phone in my pocket, headphones in. Between every job, I'm having to charge my phone because it's nearly dead every time. But man, I actually, the court of public opinion is what looks like. Well, I hate saying this, but the left they're pushing it so damn hard, and I like the justice system needs to be the justice system.
Justice
like
is supposed to be
based on
blind.
the law, based on
Yeah.
things that are actually in place, all of that kind of thing. The prosecution in this entire case has been absolute. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm from Australia. I don't know like different laws and stuff like that, but I can plainly see self-defense when it's put in front of my face.
Yeah. same
Right
here.
now, here in Australia, if that situation had have happened, you got to take away the guns from that situation. But let's say somebody tried to beat someone up and somebody beats, and then that guy beats him up in retaliation and ends up killing him. That is self-defense. Like, I just, there's so much to this case and it's so enthralling. Like the day that Rittenhouse testified on the stand, that was incredible. Despite whether or not people think it should have happened or not. Yeah. I'm riveted to it, and
I am too, man. Like it's been like day and night, and then day.
You better
and,
get a
night.
It better be a no guilty charge. Like
I don't know if it's gonna be, man. I don't think so. I actually think it's gonna be hung. I think it's gonna be a hung one.
I don't think they're going to be able to make a decision. They got a couple of fucking plants in there. You're going to have you're going to have some weird shit. The judge is going to have to do a directed verdict. I mean, there's going to be some stuff, and then all hell's going to break loose no matter what. Doesn't matter. This is the problem, right? There's an extreme circumstance that's brewing. Go ahead, Dean. I'm sorry.
Culture, just really quick. I'm gonna read this super chat.
Yeah.
And then John, can you check the private chat for this?
Yeah, I'm watching it too. I got you.
Booty Pie Scorpio, thank you so much for the 4.99. I kind of argue with a woman that works in our office because she's just finding out about the trial this week from mainstream. She's entirely misinformed. I've had this exact conversation with so many people. They're very misinformed. They don't
ask them if they watch the goddamn videos, the FLIR, right? The actual FBI 4K video. I mean, this shit's fucking tight. You can't ignore what you're seeing with your eyeballs.
One last thing, Culture. Yeah. I'm gonna be right back. But when I come back, I want to hear Wes's take on all of this because Wes is way too quiet, and I really want to hear what you have to say. But I'll be right back.
That's because you let me talk forever. But here's the other thing.
I love you. I want you to talk.
No, it's okay. But I'm not going anywhere because I didn't know Rhino was coming in here. But here's the thing. You've been watching this, obviously. You just said, Rhino, and like I said, I mean, internationally, do you think there's any different decision about him defending himself anywhere in the world?
No.
Yeah.
Other than maybe somewhere like China, depending on the circumstances of what happens. Like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, I didn't even have to listen to the trial. I just had to watch the footage.
That's the thing. There's video.
You know, videos or whatever. And the fact that the prosecution's trying to get this charge of him, what is it? Like invoking the attack or like, you know, raising his gun, and they're using this pixelated thing. And then they try and bring in this new evidence today or the same evidence, but it's now HD. And I don't know how this is even where it's at, to be honest with you. I don't know.
And you know what's weird? And I know Tom just popped into the chat, and he actually lives in Wisconsin.
G'day, Tom.
You know, and it's we're in this really weird place, right? Where we see stuff with our own eyes. This goes back to the things we were already talking about. Don't believe what you see with your own eyes. Don't do your own research. You know, we're going to tell you what to believe. Well, fuck you right now. But here's the thing, Rhino, I'm gonna let you go, but I'm gonna tell you right now. Part of the bologna sausage build back better bologna shit fucking bullshit that fucking Biden's trying to pass. Sorry, I needed more B's in there. I didn't get enough alliteration going on. But anyway, is they want to do state sponsored media basically because they want to reinforce newspapers that are dying because they're providing crap to the public. They want to give corporations like the Tribune and other things that are notorious for cutting jobs money so that they stay open to continue to give you misinformation. What do you think about that, Rhino? Do you got enough about going on in your neighborhood?
The misinformation thing is the thing that actually pisses me off the most. And it's not even the fact that people are getting the misinformation. It's where they're getting the misinformation from. It's the mainstream fucking media. Can they report the actual case and what's actually happening? I can't believe it. Just the other day on Twitter, I saw somebody still saying he's guilty. He crossed state lines. Have you watched any of the fucking trial?
Or do you know the actual law around crossing state lines with a firearm that's legal in both fucking states?
Yeah.
And he went out there to, like, you know, BLM protests. I'm sorry, he shot at only white people. Like, does that go with your narrative?
That was the thing. But
he shot a guy that was using the N-word.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It had no problem using the N-word.
But here's the weird thing.
Lives Matter rally. That makes sense.
Most leftists believed, including the chick from Young Turks, believed that the people he shot were African American.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by the misinformation. These people get this information and they don't do their own research on it.
Well, they're trying to compare it to the Ahmaud Arbery case, which is like apples and oranges.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know a lot about that one.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give everybody $1 to shut up so Wes can give us his thoughts.
I just want to say one more thing before you do, Wes. I'm so sorry.
You don't get $1.
You know me.
Wes, you just gotta butt in, man.
I'm gonna interrupt when I can. No, just quickly. I got a 12-hour suspension on Twitter for glorifying violence because all I wrote was #Kyle did nothing wrong.
A lot of woke.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to have my opinion.
behind.
Definitely don't call anybody retarded on Twitter because that'll get your account nuked away. I learned that.
But wait a minute. Rhino.
Even if they are.
Aren't you going to let Wes speak?
So no, I am. I'm going to say it is our obligation now to report every single leftist that glorifies violence going forward and supports BLM and Antifa. We need to report their shit because we are going to call these motherfuckers out on their complete horse shit. Let's do it.
It's okay for them though. Because
I've actually started reporting people, so I think that's a good strategy. You know, I used to be really against that, but fuck them. Half of them are probably bots anyway. Yeah, and you know, a lot of them are paid trolls as well. I mean, that's what they accuse us of, but that's what they are, and it's easy to tell because you can look at the account on Twitter, and if it has 5,000 following and like 5,200 followers. If that number is anywhere remotely very close to one another,
it's a bot.
Yeah, it is. It's so obvious. It's you know, blue wave, #BLM, resist. That's and the name will be like mom of 6, dad of 9, and it's so obvious.
This is the thing that's also crazy though, is if they get a no guilty verdict. Kenosha burns, right? This is what we're all hearing. Kenosha burns if there's a no guilty verdict. But so if there's a guilty verdict, do the right then go? I see such a difference between, let's say, the left and the right, or I like to say normal people and retards. Like that's pretty much where we're at right now.
But are they in cars?
Well, you know, most of them do. Most of them sit there. They'll probably be in their cars going, "Kyle is fucking guilty."
Can I just ask a question from the panel, because I and after I ask this question, I definitely want to hear Wes's thoughts on all of this. So my question is, what the hell is up with the jury not being sequestered? Because usually in high case trials, you have a sequestered jury where they go into a place and, you know, they get their phones taken away and they get like all access to social media and all access to news and everything like that cut off. And I was very surprised to see that, like, it's like, you know, the judge is like, okay, when you go home after every trial day, when you go home, stay away from the media, stay from this, stay away from that. Like, it's just like, are you kidding me? Like, of course these people are going to go on social media. Of course they're going to go watch the news. There's no way in hell they're not. You're doing it. He's doing it. And he comes out and he's like, oh, the media is not covering this very well. Why are you watching the news? You're the judge. You're not supposed to have an opinion.
Well, no.
Based on the media.
But at the same time, I mean, he was sending messages to the world. Dude's reading a catalog while they're fucking talking. I mean, I'm sorry. Dude was like, you know what? You shouldn't have brought this case in front of me, you know. And Tom says, you know, in the chats, Tom says Wisconsin is quiet for a reason, right? And he's not wrong. I mean, there is you know what? It's because most people are going to be on the side of Kyle, and it doesn't matter. Again, his dad lives in the neighborhood or nearby. You have, he nobody has a reason for being there. There shouldn't have been riots. They shouldn't have needed to board up the gas station that they were trying to fucking burn down and blow up.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
the
like
state-
these were
this-
not. This was not Mother Teresa. Here.
This was the state's responsibility. The state's responsible for all of this.
So Wes,
In my-
please share what you think.
I don't think this thing should have gone to trial at all. I think it was clear as soon as you saw the video of him running away and being pursued, that's game over, dude. It's self-defense.
But why do you think that? Hold on, Culture. Why do you think that why do you think, Wes, that the for example, the jury wasn't sequestered? Why do you think that basically, like, I agree with you that there should have been a mistrial, or like that it shouldn't have never even gone to court. But like where the location is, we're not talking about Florida. They don't. I don't think they have stand your ground laws there. And we're not talking about like Texas or a place like that.
Castle Doctrine.
Yeah, so it was very likely that it was going to court. So why, Wes, do you think that the jury wasn't sequestered, and the way that the trial's been going, like how do you feel about all of it, or what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Well, I agree with a lot of what Robert Barnes was kind of saying. At least with respect to the defense team, and I think it's true of the judge as well. And that's that, the judge just didn't seem to have an awareness of the the media coverage pre-trial and what was the way that Kyle was being portrayed in the mainstream media. And I think it's really coming home now that it's too late, that with the statements that he realizes that it's not been covered well, and it wasn't covered well before the trial as well. So I just think that the judge just wasn't he was asleep at the wheel. He wasn't paying attention.
Well, there was that day where the judge said that he feels like Binger was doing what he was doing out of like bad faith.
Yeah.
This is where I look at the defense and go, I feel like they've half botched this.
Yes.
He was being very clear with the defense. You're 100% right, Rhino. Keep going, bro.
The defense should have right then and there said, objection. Mistrial with prejudice, straight up.
Yeah.
Not we're going to
right away.
No, I don't know. Again, I don't know your laws and all of that sort of thing.
No, it would have been that way. No,
the way I feel and what I've seen.
Yeah.
I must admit, like even my last video, I talk about citing evidence, and like I've been watching too much of this trial.
Dude, you and Anna too. I was doing a stream with Anna, that Star Wars girl, and we were doing some random stream about something, and then she was like, well, did you look at your contract and like blah blah blah? And I was like, dude, you've been watching way too many Nick Rekieta streams, haven't you? And she was like laughing. She's like, yeah, like I'm like talking all this legal shit now, but it's like we're all in that boat. John, check the private chat.
Even Ryan Kennel's last video, he goes, "There's been no rebuttal from Disney." I'm like, "Are you using rebuttal?" Like,
that's the problem.
Everybody's a lawyer now.
Yeah, that's the other problem. And this happened. The Jodi Arias.
So this is one of the good things about having Rekieta and that team of lawyers on there. Is that you get the inside baseball, like when Barnes was talking about having been before that judge, and I believe, Binger's record, and we just learned a lot about Binger. At first I thought that Binger was intentionally throwing the case because I thought the prosecution was making the defense's case for them.
He was trying. He was trying to. I swear he was trying to.
The weird part is, like, I thought exactly the same thing as you did, Rhino. And then when that thing happened yesterday, when the video thing dropped, like after the jury got dismissed.
Oh, that they gave him a 480p video instead of the 1080p video.
Yes,
Fuck
and
those guys.
They basically fucked around. And I thought for sure, I thought that when the judge sees this, that he's gonna immediately rule either basically mistrial, or he's gonna basically do something about this situation, and like he didn't do anything. So I'm just kind of like, it makes no sense to me, because this is a very a high profile case, and then you have the prosecution basically literally tampering with evidence which they spent a whole day on to see whether it should even be submitted as evidence.
Yep.
And it and then they finally submitted it, even though there was all these objections. And then it turns out the ones that they submitted was not good. So I was shocked. What did you think of that? John, what did you think of that?
I mean, I caught a little bit of that, like Rick's stream earlier, but I mean, this whole case seems like, I don't think it's a good look for anybody. I don't think it's a good look for the judge. I don't think it's a good look for the prosecution. I don't think it's a good look for the defense. I think everybody, like, there's no clear, competent, side or person in this thing. Like, I feel like there's definitely been points where somebody has dropped the ball where it was like right there. I mean, freaking prosecution, when the guy said that, basically admitted, like, yeah, I was pointing at him, and then you had the other guy saying, like, yeah, he said fuck you before he. I mean, it's like, did you not know what they were going to say? But then you got the judge, and his phone goes off in the middle of the trial. Proud to be an American.
It was amazing.
Oh, my God.
It's funny, and I love it. I mean, I think it's just entertaining. Like, this whole thing has been entertaining.
Did you guys hear that thing he said today about the black? I died when he said that. I was like, oh, my God.
Well,
like,
you had the Asian food comment, which...
He had the Asian food comment, and then today...
Probably wasn't the best thing to say either.
And then he was, like, talking about how he had a black guy on trial, and then he was like, and then that black... I was like, oh
I honestly
gosh,
thought that this case was, like, officially over when Grosskreutz testified.
I thought so, too.
When he admitted that he approached him, pointed his gun at him, and that's when he fired, correct? That there, it's to me, that's over. I know there's other charges and there's individual things, circumstances of the events. But that was the moment for me where I'm like, okay, what are we even doing here? You even look at the clip of that. Watch the clip of that again, and watch the lady that's sitting below the witness stand. And she's typing. As soon as he says correct, she's like, she has to do a double take to look at, like, the jury and what they're thinking about this. Like, it's almost like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of what are we doing here, here's Tom from Midnight Edge. What's going on? How are you, Tom?
I know a little bit about Wisconsin.
Yeah, you do. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's just a little bit. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Just waiting for my supper to cook. How you guys doing?
We're good. Is there riots in the street?
I heard some of that.
Are you preparing for riots in the street? Have you boarded up doors and windows?
Riots in the streets.
I'm gonna tell you
that
something.
Is what we are.
Before this shit happened, I don't know if anybody here remembers me saying this, but I said this shit is gonna happen if they try to pull that shit here. And what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, there will be no rioting in the streets, and if there is, it's gonna turn out just like this case did. There's a reason why that happened. People around here don't put up with that shit, right?
I mean, I think the fact that more people didn't wind up getting shot is somewhat miraculous.
Because we have good, regardless of how many guns are around here, there's a pretty good gun control. And I don't know much about the laws. I'm not like a gun person, so like I'm not like up to snuff on a lot of this stuff. But like these kind of things happen all the time. People get shot, but it's usually pretty cut and fucking dry. Like in any other case, this would probably be the case here. But like since this has such a political, like thing around it, because I mean honestly, before this shit happened and even after this shit happened, anywhere I'd go as far as like the protests I would see was really minimal shit. This is like the worst I've seen outside of that night.
Dude, Binger literally said this was a political trial. Like he actually said that during his cross.
Like, no, that wasn't Binger. That was Richards.
I
Was
tried
it? I thought
getting
it was
pictures
Joker.
No, it was
a
Richards.
couple times of the all the protesters we had outside of the one library. It was like a whole of 4, but they kept having their kids next to them. So I'm like, I don't want pictures of their kids. I just want,
Right.
the free
Yeah.
soccer moms,
Get
right?
your
Kids
I have
out of
to
here.
I have to ask, does Binger, to anyone else, does Binger look like Zorg from The Fifth Element?
I could see. Well, yeah, he definitely. Gary Oldman could play him.
Binger's
I also
I don't
the
know.
think
kind of
he
Can
guy
you
looks
who-
pull up,
little
can you pull up a
finger.
picture
He's
of that? I don't
Littlefinger.
remember that very well.
Zorg? Oh, let me show you Zorg.
What's funny is
I do know
Binger's
he
the
looks
kind of guy-
exactly like Littlefinger. Sorry, Tom.
If Binger was actually from Wisconsin, he's the kind of guy who'd get the shit kicked out of him in high school.
Oh my God. You know what's weird is I thought that he looked like the embodiment of both Binger and the other guy. What's the other guy's name's Kutcher or something? The fat boy.
Fat boy. Yes,
Yeah,
that's good.
what's
That's
his
good.
name?
Fat
Okay.
boy.
I don't
So,
know. He's
like-
never said
Okay.
no to cheese. I know
Face
that.
palm. Face palm.
Yeah, that dude. I think they're both like the embodiment of. Oh my God, yeah, he does look like that. It's true.
Come on, that was the first thing I thought of. I'm like, is that Zorg from The Fifth Element?
Oh my God, you're right. He totally looks like him. But I was like, when I saw that, like, I was like, they to me are like the embodiment of like, you know, in Pinocchio, where you have the sly fox and the fat cat, and they're the ones that are trying to.
Oh, Nick has the fat lock. I like that.
Yeah, they're literally like that. They're like, you have the sly fox, and that's Binger, and then you have the fat cat, and that's the fat dude. And they're trying to basically pull a fast one on the entire, like, you know, the country and the Wisconsin, and trying to say that this poor kid lied and, like, you know, did all this stuff. But they're literally taking everything to clown world. It's just, it's freaking insane. And then you have stuff like this that happens. This was outside
And I
of the
can't
court.
believe this judge has been around for this long, because most judges around here are no nonsense motherfuckers.
He's 70.
He doesn't even like, he's weird, like, because
No.
he was like, I didn't think that this was going to be a big deal. I'm like, did
the
you
hell?
not live there? Like, do you not
living
live
under
in
a
this
rock?
world? Yeah, like, where are you? Like, how would you not know that this was going to be a big deal?
There's exactly like 2 paranoid MFers in this whole area, and you're looking at one of them right there. Everybody else not masked. That knucklehead masked.
Well, and that's the other thing, is a lot of these people that came in and started this shit, they weren't from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Like, that's
right.
the other thing, is like,
Yeah, that's right.
Talking about crossing state
yeah,
lines.
that's the
right?
other thing, is talk about crossing state lines, exactly. And like, what ones were usually like the type of people that, you know, like I said, they're low life scum who never have a job, and they have nothing better to do, and they think it's a good way to get laid. Like, it's really about all this, or just like bored college students. Like,
Yeah, I
that's the
mean,
other
the
problem.
fact that Kyle shoots
Tom.
like 3, you know, one's a pedo, one's what was he, like a woman beater?
And the other
one
one's a career criminal. The woman beater is the one that got his bicep vaporized, you know. So there you go.
That's the other thing too, is that the language they kept using was like, oh, the guy got his arm blown off, and I'm like, where is the freaking objections to like the descriptions of
He
stuff
still
like
has
this? The
an
guy
arm.
didn't get
He
his
just-
arm blown
yeah,
off.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
still there.
Right.
Yeah,
The thing
yeah.
that I look at with the defense is I feel like they thought that they had this in the bag.
Yeah.
They did.
Right.
They did.
And they were letting the prosecution destroy themselves in front of the jury. And maybe to some degree, maybe some of it did work.
Yeah.
But you've still got to object.
Yeah,
You've still got to stand up and say, no, this is wrong, or no, I'm protecting my client on the stand. There were so many times where, like, yes, he did object while Kyle was on the stand, but nowhere near as much as he should have.
See, that's the thing too, is that like I heard from Barnes, for example, that was like the way that he conducted himself as a lawyer, like that, you know, that wasn't his strength, isn't like objecting all the time. And I can understand like in certain cases where that is not to your advantage to continuously object and make the jury think that you're literally like on the defense all the time, or, you know, in that case, the attack, because you're trying to kind of like attack the prosecution. And then when he went into his closing arguments, I saw Richard's strengths, because he really stuck to the truth. He stuck to the facts. He basically fought, the prosecution's lies with truths and facts. The thing about that is, when you don't do it right away, there is a point where, like, as human beings, we tend to forget really
Or it's
fast,
past, or the moment's
right?
passed. Yeah.
Exactly, the moment's passed. So like when you don't do that, and then you like,
You're like
there's
validating.
exactly, there's a strength, but there's also a weakness in that. So I don't know what the jury is feeling there, but I would assume that some of the stuff they probably had forgotten, and then and some of the stuff that he didn't touch on in his closing argument. So
let me just say, I thought it was really interesting, and they needed to get this in there for the jury, because I had no idea about this until it was mentioned by Richards, that it was 2 minutes and 55 seconds from the moment he's saying friendly, friendly, friendly to the point of him surrendering to the police. That is nothing when you consider what has actually happened in that 3 minutes.
and
it's insane.
And his self-control too, because anyone else,
you've got to make those decisions. Yeah,
exactly. Like anyone else, to me, it's like if you're a kid and you have that kind of gun and you get attacked by a whole bunch of people, like I'm just surprised that the kid didn't just go like, say hello to my little friend and start like, just fucking going off. Yeah, just go nuts.
He only addressed.
That's where the intent. That's when the intent falls over for the prosecution. Sorry, Culture. That's where the intent falls over, because they're saying that he went there to basically kill people. He went there to shoot at crowds of people, and he didn't do any of that.
No, he only addressed
standing around. He could have just unloaded 30 rounds into the crowd.
Easily, but he only addressed the threats that were actually bringing harm to him.
That's why this is such a clear-cut case of self-defense.
It's clear-cut, and that would be the whole point I would make to this jury if I were a defense lawyer. I would be like, look, people attacked him. He only addressed the people that attacked him. The minute you start to handle a gun, you are an armed assailant. Guess what? 2 people touched that gun. Actually, 3 people touched that gun. They all ended up in a circumstance that was probably not what they had preferred.
Well, that's kind of what I was trying to say before, is like in most cases, this would be pretty cut and dry around here.
It is.
Because most cases that I can even recall off the top of my head that were even remotely like we've even had case like one time I remember when I was a kid, there was a couple of dumb kids who were trying to steal gas from a farmer, and he shot a shotgun to warn him, and he ended up killing one of them or whatever. And I think he ended up getting like a manslaughter charge, but still, like, that's the point, is like he didn't get anything worse than that because he was just, he was defending his fucking property. Now in Wisconsin, the thing is yes, they technically have to be inside your house. Like there's I don't know all the rules. I mean, you guy were talking a little bit, like you said, it's not a stand your ground state and stuff like that.
It's a castle doctrine state. It's not stand your ground.
That's where I think, like
you're talking in regards to protecting property, right, Tom?
Yes.
Like it's got to be on your own private property.
And even then, it was he still got a manslaughter charge because I think they felt like the use of the firearm was a bit excessive. But
but when
since he was doing it as a fire, like a warning shot, and it just
Right. But when set upon, rules change in Wisconsin based on the way the law reads. So it's a little different. I mean, again, if you are in the process of being battered, right, that changes the rules.
Yeah, in most cases like that, it's kind of like...
What's up, Wes? Wes wants to respond.
Wes, why are you laughing? I need to know that smile.
Oh, he lit it up in the chat.
What's happening?
What
do I need to highlight? I was like,
I just sent a super chat.
Oh my!
Dead question.
Okay, wait. Oh my! Oh my God!
I thought it was candy. That's DNA. Okay, gotcha.
That's DNA.
Dude is creative as F.
mRNA.
Fucking
blah blah blah. Yeah. Sick, dying.
Look, I want to stay all night. You guys know that.
Looks very obscure to me. I don't know.
No, it looks amazing.
I think it's like you hit random emojis, and that's just
it was a happenstance, wonderful message. But I got to go to bed, guys. You don't even realize I stayed 45 minutes or more longer than I was gonna, no, don't apologize to me. This is what I miss. We have this amazing chemistry. I love it when we all hang out. God, we got to do this more often.
Culture, please tell everyone where they can find you.
There, see me there. YouTube, Odyssey, Minds, Twitter, maybe locals, but I'm going to give up on that based on previous statements. And probably other places. I'm going to go to Rumble. No, I'm not going to. Well, I might try Rumble. We'll see how long all that lasts.
I checked out Rumble. So if you want to monetize a Rumble channel, you got to sync it to your YouTube channel. They take 90% of your YouTube channel, then you get like 60%. I don't know. To me, I was like, this doesn't sound like a good idea.
No, but I heard that Odyssey gives you 100% of the super chats.
Oh, I'm
so
good.
I'm starting to want to.
Okay, all right. You know what? John just talked me out of Rumble. Okay, so now.
I'm like, wait a minute here. I thought I could just monetize it like I'm monetizing YouTube. I'm like, no, I'm not freaking giving 90% of my income.
Why would I give you money?
That's crazy.
At all.
But
Yeah,
anyways, Culture Casino's link, YouTube link, his Odyssey link, and his Twitter is in the chat. Everything else, you can probably find him via YouTube.
Anything. You can find me Mines. Check Mines.
There you go.
Look, I have exactly $2 on Mines now. So
what do you got going on next? Where are you going to be next?
Oh, shit. 6-minute daily tomorrow morning. It depends on where you are. It is 8:45 a.m. Pacific time, as always. And I don't know, whatever that is, Eastern. I don't care. But beyond that, check me out over there. It's a lot of fun. And then I try to drop daily videos during the week. It's getting really hard, guys. November, I'm committed to dropping daily videos. After that, it might be once a week because it's stupid hard.
Wait, what did you just say? Did you just say it's really hard?
No, I need 2 men on this. That's what she said. No time, but she did. No time! Guys, get on this.
It actually only takes 1 man in my circumstance. This man. But beyond all of that, yeah. So
I like your shirt, Culture.
Well, thank you. I believe
that
the last
helped
Jedi,
buy me a car.
That's right. The Last Jedi is not canon. Yeah, I got that from Midnight's Edge. By the way, they make great T-shirts over there. What was the other thing? Oh, there was a thing. What was the thing? Oh, the thing is this. You can check me out over on the what do I do on Thursday? Oh, Thursday Night Throwdown over on Comics Division's channel with this guy sometimes and many others.
Comics Division's awesome.
Comics is incredible. Once in a while, Tom shows up and says, I don't want to talk about politics, and we end up talking about politics. And then on a Friday, I do the Friday pre-flight, and I have a good time at that. And otherwise,
I changed my show time for the Friday show. Infinite Hope's going to be starting at 2:45 Eastern now.
Ooh,
I don't know if we're going to cross, but I'm just letting you know.
I always promote you. I don't care.
I know. I love you. I'm sorry. I had to start an hour early.
No. And this is why I'm going to make you come on Sundays more often so that you can't burn down my channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I just want to say this: Sunday Culture Review is always a lot of fun.
You can make me come on Sunday.
I will make you come on Sunday,
or
bitch.
any other day of the week.
I'm gonna get Gary on there very soon. I got Gary coming. I might get Yellow Flash to show up. John could possibly come if he on a Sunday Culture Review. God,
there's a lot of coming on, people. This is like a bukkake party.
You guys missed the most fun we had about
the everywhere.
By the way, Wednesday Live is one of my favorite shows with Mad Mardigan. He hosts a show on my channel, and today we were talking about Spider-Man, and somehow Spider-Man got like we were talking about Campia, talking about the bulge.
Is he talking about Homecoming?
Homecoming? Weird, man.
Homecoming?
Yeah, the
coming home. Yeah, it was lots of coming home, No Way Home. He was coming all over the place. I'm just gonna say.
How would you do with the pleasure of hitting the lights, sir? Whoa! What are all those stains?
Blood, urine, or semen?
Oh God, I hope it's urine.
Well, anyway, so no, mostly it was amazing because all of a sudden now we were talking about Spider-Man like whipping out his stuff and using that as his web and like splattering web from place. It was amazing. Great stream today. It was not that long. It's less than an hour. Check it out. But I'm just gonna say I get to have a great opportunity hanging out with all these human beings on a regular basis. I wish I got to see Rhino more often, but you know they have stupid time down there in Australia.
That's true. They do.
And all of that being said, I've done my outro for 35 minutes now. I'm gonna go because I gotta sleep. I love you guys.
Later,
Peace.
Culture.
All right, see ya.
Hey, Culture.
See ya,
Love you,
Culture. Take care,
Culture.
everyone.
Good night. Real quick, I'm going to read some super chats and we're going to talk more about other things. TZ Canadian, thank you so much for the $10. Happy 4K, Nina. I love your good news Fridays. And Culture needs a glass of wine. So cute, Nina knows. Oh, thank you so much, TZ Canadian. And thank you to Tom for that big shout out on Midnight's Edge, Toxic Femininity, when I wasn't feeling well. So thank you, Tom, for pushing me to that next level.
That was the one of Valiant, yeah.
Boobs
He
sweat leads to pearls necklace. That was Valiant that you said? Oh,
He helped out. Yeah, he let us know that you were close. We're like, yeah, let's get her over.
Oh, I love Valiant Renegade. Everybody check out Valiant Renegade too. He's freaking awesome.
But yeah, we missed you, of course.
Pearls and necklaces. Thank you for the 2. Says John. Just joining. Clearly self-defense. Yes, I think so too. It is to us. It's clear.
To anyone normal, it is clearly self-defense.
Whether it's going to be clear to that jury, although like I've heard that the jury is like plagued with some Karens. That's what's been going on. So
I mean, if you think about it, if somebody on that jury, like if they're just like anti-gun to begin with,
yeah,
they might
You're
just.
fucked.
It doesn't matter because they're gonna say like, you know, he should
He should have never been there.
But then isn't that person bias?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, and then doesn't that like how does this jury get picked? Like, it's obviously picked by the defense and the prosecution, isn't it?
Yes. But that's what Robert Barnes was talking about. He was saying things like that, you know, there was definitely problems with the jury selection and they didn't vet them enough and they didn't think about it like enough and they picked, you know, badly. He was insinuating certain things that I picked up on that I thought was a little bit more interesting because basically he was kind of like, he was almost a little bit conspiracy theory about it. There was a reason that they did what they did, and that there was some sort of handler on their team that was leading them towards like that kind of pick. So I don't know if any of that is true, but it does seem interesting. And I think that the 2 Karens that are on the jury are like the 2 mask wearers or something like that. Like they're very clearly Karens. What I do find interesting though is that the judge has that whole like bingo like jury selection thing. So because I'd never seen that in any other trial. Like I always knew that there was going to be like a 12-person jury.
We really like bingo in Wisconsin.
Apparently, because what the hell, it was even that. Like, and then today I saw he was like justifying it. He's like, I've been doing this in my court for 20 years. And
yeah, I was gonna say that's
never
probably
had any
normal for
problems.
around here. Yeah.
Yeah, but people like never knew about this. I didn't know about this. I was like, I watched Nick Recado's stream before he got popular.
That's right.
And he never talked about a freaking case where somebody was picking bingo jury. Like I was like, I've never seen that happen before. Droid Army, thank you so much for the $5. This whole trial is like a season of Fargo.
You guys gotta also remember up around here, like the bigger cities are like Madison, Kenosha, La Crosse, Milwaukee. Like that's the biggest we got. Other than that, they're like our big cities are like most states' smaller towns, right? Like
yeah, I mean that 70s show always made fun of that.
fuck.
Yeah, that 70s show always made fun
John,
of that. Like how
aren't you
rural
near
it is.
there?
What's that?
Aren't you around that area? Aren't you in the Michigan area?
Yeah, I'm in Michigan. Yeah.
Right. Isn't that near? Is that near Kenosha?
Yeah, I mean
Or
it's not too far from Milwaukee, Minnesota. You know, I mean
Okay.
it's around the same territory. I mean,
You should go down there and protest the other side. Get some video, get some content, man.
You know what I want to see? I want to
on ground reporter.
I need to get some work done on my car. That's what I need to do. I've been putting it off.
Sorry, Wes, go ahead.
I want to see the Justin Proper, John Talks, and Tom stream Ohio versus Michigan versus Wisconsin. That's what I want to see.
Oh my goodness.
I don't really want to defend this state though. It really sucks.
Yeah, I already did it once.
Like
Yeah,
outside of the
I
fact that I
know
bring up, it is kind of like the north, the south of the north. Like that part is true. Like outside of that, I mean, it just the weather sucks. There's never anything. You got to drive everywhere to like forever to get anywhere. It's just
Mob 357's got some advice for you too, Tom. Take your AR-15.
This is an interesting line of thought here. Spike and Madness says Kyle is a sacrificial lamb, the Second Amendment is what's really on trial. What do you guys think about that?
I think there's a lot of truth to that.
I think there's some truth to that, but I think your self-defense is on trial.
Not only that, I think last summer is on trial.
Yeah.
I think
I agree. And that's why everybody who was at those protests or at those riots and everything, they want the guilty verdict because then it makes them right.
It justifies it.
It justifies it for them. Absolutely.
George says he just saw Ghostbusters Afterlife. Sheesh. Is that a good sheesh or a bad sheesh?
I don't know. I talked to two other people who just saw it and they loved it. So I'm hoping, George.
Can you clarify, George?
Yeah.
Also, Eric K, thank you so much for the $2. Says old saying, rioters can and will be shot. Ooh.
Well, that's the thing is they like to play with the word between protesters and rioters, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
mostly peaceful protest.
There was nothing peaceful about what was going on that night. Yeah. Nothing.
Thank you, Kaylee.
You remember the CNN? You remember the CNN video of the guy? He's like talking in front of fires. Like, I don't know if it was like this whole entire car lot just burning down, and then the caption is like, mostly peaceful protests or something.
Yeah, I did see that actually. Yeah.
TC Canadian says Vancouver riots in 2011 were going to happen whether or not Vancouver won that night. Guess who was there? Oregon Antifa. You know what's funny is I don't think so. I disagree with you. If we had won, there would be no riots. Like there wouldn't be a riot. Like people wouldn't be burning down cars and shit. You would see a lot of happy people like in the streets partying like the way you did in like when the Toronto Raptors won the cup or the what's it called the NBA championships. But I don't think you would have seen like rioters in the street.
Look, we have a rule here in Wisconsin. You're only allowed to get rowdy when there's beer or sports or both involved. Okay,
right?
Like, that's about it.
Cheese.
That's it.
Cheese.
Then what about cheese and cows?
Well, that's part of the whole thing. Like, well, yeah, you can get like that's part of the game. But no, like outside of that, Wisconsin's pretty fucking laid back. Like it's very much like the South. Everybody's very slow moving. It's not a lot of, you can tell somebody who comes in from out of state real easy.
Boob sweat leads to pearl necklaces. Thank you so much for the $5. I love your name. The judge wants the jury to be blamed for the outcome, but if they screw it up, he can give a direct verdict. So that's the other question too, like, because I'm not really familiar with how that works. I don't understand why you would how you would wait for a jury to come out with a verdict and then override that verdict.
Can I ask, is that direct verdict only allowed because they have put forth the mistrial with prejudice
I believe so.
claim?
Yeah.
So that's why. Because if the jury, but see, how does then the judge determine whether or not the jury has deliberated correctly or not?
Exactly.
I mean, obviously the judge is most likely sitting there going, based on everything I'm seeing, this guy's not guilty.
That's what I think too.
I think
that's what he's feeling too. It seems like to me that the judge's been leaning towards that this is clearly self-defense, but he wants to let like the state or the people basically say that. And I think that's a little bit naive of him to think that they're gonna let this kid go.
Honestly,
that
in
easily.
most cases, I mean, if all these people are from Wisconsin. Granted, if they come from the Kenosha area, that's hard to say because that's kind of where a lot of the lefties, all kind of congregate is the bigger city areas I just talked about. Because outside of that, it's mostly like a red state for the most part. I mean, even your leftist of leftist people is still pretty conservative when it comes to things like the Second Amendment and just things like that in general. Like, I mean, we don't have a lot of gun violence. Like maybe down in Milwaukee and certain parts of Madison, but even there, it's not nearly as bad as like a weekend in Chicago.
Of course.
Nothing is bad as a weekend in Chicago.
Right. Like,
I live in Mexico, dude, and the cartel crime is nothing as bad as a weekend in freaking Chicago.
Yeah, he does. I just looked at that.
I was thinking that
there's that.
Yeah. Bigger.
What's funny is he sounds just like Rob Lowe.
Oh my God, that's
if
funny.
you listen to his voice, he sounds just like Rob Lowe.
Yeah, I like.
Oh my God, he's got one with a gun, you guys. Oh my God,
I like the way Richard said, "Your Honor." Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Your Honor. Havoc.
Havoc.
There's been a lot of havoc.
Every time he said havoc, I wanted to take a shot. Like, can we make a drinking game where he says havoc and we take a shot?
You're not allowed to pronounce havoc correctly anymore. It's got to be pronounced havoc. You know, not a havoc.
Yeah, if you put a mustache on, oh gosh, what the hell is his name?
What, this guy?
The actor.
Oh, I don't know.
Sam
Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell.
Yeah, you put a mustache on him, he could pull off Binger.
Well,
somebody needs
they
to
might
meme
make a
this.
TV movie of this shit because I mean I'm starting to think this might be a bigger case than the OJ trial.
Really? Wow. That's saying a lot.
I mean, if you stop and think about last summer, if that's the case, if it really is like what Rhino and I were saying, is like it is kind of the whole summer being on trial last year, the whole protest, everything. Yep. Because I'll be honest with you, if this kid, he's a kid. Mm-hmm. Normally in this state with this kind of a situation, this thing would not even be happening like this.
No, you're right.
It's the culture. It's where we are right now in society. And that's why, you're right, Tom. They are going to make a movie out of this.
I think they definitely are.
It's all going to be the protests and then going into the proceedings and however, no matter whether or not he gets acquitted or whether or not, and it goes to a retrial. I don't know how all of this stuff all works, but no matter what happens.
And culturally, it might be bigger than the OJ trial because if you take that in all that into consideration, I mean, it is very political. Like OJ was kind of more of a black versus white versus privilege versus, that.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, Wes, I heard and OJ, I heard a new one the other day. I heard that OJ, the trial, or that he was actually innocent. He didn't kill her, and that the son killed her, and he covered up for the son. Have you heard about this theory? I didn't know about this.
Did OJ throw it out there?
Did the glove fit his son?
Son did it.
I did it for my son.
Well, hey, when he wrote "If I Did It," there was what was his name? There was some other fictitious dude that was allegedly with him. So no, I'm a conspiracy buff, but they didn't find his son's blood and DNA and hair anywhere near that.
But did the glove fit his son? That's
we don't know.
Did the glove fit? I loved your video, John. I
was just going to bring that up. Yeah.
The OJ video. That's so funny. It's almost like he whispered in her ear, "I did it," and she's like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, something didn't look good. She looked genuinely frightened.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Leonard S., thank you so much for the $5, says, what about Kyle crying? That was absolutely sincere, yet people who hate Kyle say it was fake.
Because then they got to admit that he's a real person and just a kid.
Yeah.
I actually, when I saw that super chat come through, I did want to comment on it, but I thought I'd wait till you read it. This is great. When Kyle cried on the stand, he wasn't crying. He was having a panic attack.
Mm-hmm.
You could see that he was hyperventilating. He couldn't breathe between words. Even Richard says to him, "Take a deep breath." And
it was post-traumatic stress.
His deep breath was literally. That was his deep breath.
Kind of
pretty hard to fake that.
You can't really fake a lot of what he was doing.
You can't fake that.
No.
And or to all those people, LeBron James, you dumb fucking piece of shit.
Get him.
Like all of those people that said, "Oh, where are the tears? Oh, he fucking sucked on some lemon heads before he went into court." Whatever people were saying, absolute bullshit. I've hyperventilated before. Right? I don't know. That was beyond hyperventilation.
No, he was he was definitely going through like post-traumatic. He was reliving that moment in his mind. And that was his reaction. That
is when the judge, and I think this is why people sort of said, "Oh, it was fake," was because after he broke down, right? There were 3 guys in front of me. Like he goes in, like he can't talk anymore. The judge says, "We're going to take a break." Right? Just relax.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually does because he stops thinking about the moment, right?
Yeah.
He's no longer reliving that moment.
Yep.
He's now come back to reality, essentially. And the judge has said, just take a breath and relax, right?
Yep.
And he actually did in that moment. He was still like emotional, right? But you could see that he was like, oh, okay, I don't have to keep going with this right now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think it's a situation where people like so many things in life where people see what they want to see. Like,
Yep.
if you want to believe that Kyle Rittenhouse is a terrible human being that just went down there to kill people,
you'll believe it.
If you
You're gonna see
believe that, yeah, you will interpret Kyle Rittenhouse crying as, oh, he's just faking it,
like
you know?
crocodile tears and
Yeah.
blah blah blah. See, the thing is exactly, I agree with you, John, because that's exactly what people do to Trump, like all the time. Like people who just see him, like vilify him as a person, and then no matter what he does, it's like, oh, you're a villain. Like,
And then you have the opposite side where Trump is like he can do no wrong, where people see through that lens too, and both are a problem, right? Like, both are not necessarily like both cannot be objective about it.
No, because extremism on either side is a bad thing. Like that's why you always want to find a balance, because if you have like an extreme, even in Star Wars, right, Raging, like if you have an extreme like Jedi, you know, council on the good side where they kind of like, you know, they couldn't see it anymore because they were just so extreme on their side and their own viewpoint. And then you have the extreme of Sith. It's like that entire story is like that. You need balance. You need balance.
Well,
in
and
life.
then the other side of this is like, remember when everybody was making a big deal about, oh, you shouldn't be making fun of Greta Thunberg. She's just a kid. Right. And I get it. These are different circumstances, but people are not even taking into consideration that this is just a kid.
Yeah,
like that is, I think, the biggest thing, and that's why I think right to go back to Leonard's point here is that's why those people cannot face up to facts, and they will fight tooth and nail that he's faking it, even though if it was anybody else, they'd be like, oh, he's a kid, just leave him alone, you know, like they're only a kid when it matters to them.
Yeah, and you bringing up the kid thing, and that's my whole take on this whole issue as well, is that like a lot of people say like he shouldn't have been there. And I think to myself, okay, you think to yourself, he shouldn't have been there. Sure. I actually agree. I don't think he should have been there either.
Honestly,
like, I'm not one of those people who thinks
like
that he should be there.
If this wasn't the way it was, the parents would and other people would probably be the ones being in trouble, because anytime normally that's what happens around here. Like, okay, the closest I can think of something like this, because normally shit like this doesn't happen outside of hunting accidents, which then is just a hunting accident, right?
Unless it's Dick Cheney.
Well, yeah, that's a totally different story. But like, you know, that's probably the majority of the like any kind of gun deaths in Wisconsin outside of the bigger cities has got to be hunting. And as far as like, okay, let's say for the sake of argument, this is the only other problem we have in Wisconsin is where like you'll have underage drinking parties a lot. Okay, well, what will happen is generally the oldest kid or the adult will be the one who gets in trouble. Nobody else will. That's generally the case. So like I would figure if like this was a totally different circumstance, it would have been treated the same fucking way. His mom,
I guess if one of those kids gets in an accident and kills somebody, you know, that then it I
they
think
still
that's the
usually
reason
hold
why.
the adult. That's the thing, is even because they've had those situations where like they'll have an underage drinking party, and it wouldn't normally be just like, you know, a slap on the wrist, a fine, this kind of a thing. But one of those kids will end up driving home drunk and getting killed.
Yeah.
So then that parent or the adult or whoever was the most responsible person on the scene is then charged with involuntary manslaughter. Like we don't fuck around with that shit around. Like that's what I'm saying. It's a quiet area. Like we don't. This type of shit don't happen around here. And that's why I warned people early on. I said it time and time again. If this shit comes here, somebody is gonna get shot. I said that a few times. And
and that's the thing.
Just going back to your point about it actually being like made into a movie. I mean, you think about it. The president of the United States tweeted about this fucking court case.
Yeah, man.
Whether or not it was good take or not, which it wasn't, but like, you know, you got people like that. You got LeBron James talking about it. Like everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, and there's meth, but it's not as prevalent as like some other places like Florida.
Speaking of weird shooting events, though, this also dropped, and I like that Tom is here because we've been talking about this a lot. But Alec Baldwin wasn't scripted to fire a gun in Rust scene, says the lawsuit. Did you hear about this, Tom?
I think something like this came up initially too, but isn't that where it kind of maybe that's probably why they tried to posit the whole misfire thing to begin with?
I think so. but I guess there's more details now because the script supervisor who called 911 and Alec Baldwin, after Alec Baldwin shot and killed a woman on that Rust movie set, has accused the actor of recklessness in practicing for a scene that didn't even call for him to fire a gun. Alec Baldwin intentionally, without just cause or excuse, cocked and fired and loaded a gun, even though the upcoming scene to be filmed did not call for cocking and firing of the firearm. Script supervisor Ma'am Mitchell said in a lawsuit filed on Wednesday in Los Angeles County Superior Court, Mr. Baldwin chose to play a Russian roulette with a loaded gun without checking it and without having an armorer do so. The filing masks the second lawsuit against Baldwin and the producers of Rust since the October 21st
Oh, see,
shooting.
now this is just civil court shit. So this isn't criminal anything. But it wouldn't help in a criminal case later on. But
there's just a massive amount of negligence.
It is, yeah, just a whole chain of negligence. Again, my whole feelings on the situation really haven't changed. I mean, I haven't heard too much more than what it goes. But again, it's tragically, it's one of those situations where the armorer is at fault, the assistant director is at fault, the director is at fault.
But this makes it seem like Alec Baldwin is a lot more at fault than needed to be, because if it's true that the scene didn't require for a gun to even be shot, what the hell was he doing?
Well, I mean, he's an actor. Actors do stupid shit.
But do you remember when we were having that conversation with Jane, when Jane said, like, you know, she thought that you know, he threw a tantrum and basically shot someone? I think that this is
that could be true, but at the same time, you got to give him the excuse that he would have never, under any circumstances, would have had any reason to believe that there was anything in that gun. And it was, if cold gun was called, again, it's still, yeah, there's a little bit more, I guess, to lay on his shoulders, but it's still in that same arena. Now, again, this is where the lawsuit comes in. As a producer and shit, he's still more responsible in that respect.
Yeah.
That I see as the actor. But again, I don't disagree with you. Why would you do that? Even if it's out of some kind of frustration or whatever, it's still just a stupid thing to do, because even if you don't think it's loaded or somebody called it, I mean, all the things that you just said, I can't disagree with you, right? Like it's again, but unfortunately, this is not like a typical situation, and this is going to go on for a while, and we probably won't know until probably late next year what's going to happen. And I really don't know about any criminal stuff being brought forward, but then again, it could happen.
Well, the way Baldwin was talking when he jumped out of his car with his wife and spoke to those reporters or whatever, that I mean, to me, that came across to me that all he cares about is his own ass. He actually, like, yeah, he's probably upset that he ended up killing a person, but I don't know whether or not they were even friends. I don't know what the go is with that, but it almost seems like there's no empathy there. When he was saying what he was saying in front of those people, there was no empathy there. And I would have hated to have been the widowed husband watching that. I would have hated to have seen that. I would have called up Alex straight away and gone, "You're a piece of shit."
Yeah, he did seem like
well,
that.
And again, I've said this already. Both his lawyer and the armorist's lawyer need to be fired, because both of them need to tell them to shut the fuck up. Period.
Yep.
Yeah.
Funny though,
did anyone notice if George put out anything about Ghostbusters or not?
No, and I thought I even texted him, but I'm not sure if I texted the right number or not. I thought I did.
I didn't.
Because I can't see it, but if he did, let me know.
Yeah, I didn't see him respond.
We don't want spoilers, but we just want, like, you know.
Was that sheesh a good sheesh or a bad sheesh?
Exactly what Wes is doing. Like,
I don't know.
Thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways.
If it's a bad sheesh, it'll be the first bad review I've heard from somebody I trust. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. All right. Well, Mark I.A. Hendricks, thank you so much for the $5, says, it's been a great time tonight. Awesome panel, good conversation, and lots of laughs. I needed this.
I got to go check my supper. I'll be right
after
back.
a tough day. Thanks for making us. Are you going to leave, or are you just BRBing?
I'm going to BRB for now, but I don't know how much longer you're going to go, or unless you're going to be wrapping up soon.
I don't know. We're still here for now.
Okay. I'll just BRB then.
Okay. Suck it.
Me
for
too. I'm gonna feed these cats. Sorry.
No problem. Go. Suck it for $2 says the left wants a monopoly on violence. That's why.
Fucking oath.
You know, I think that
Seems that way.
You know, this is an underrated statement to me, because I think that, like, I saw a tweet earlier today that somebody said, like, you know, regardless of what happens with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, it's really interesting that only one side usually makes a huge deal out of these trials and threatens to burn down a city based on the verdict. And usually that's the left. So I think that, I mean, it's just really weird, like, with regards to, like, how they're saying that the jury has felt afraid to make a verdict, that they're concerned. I mean, they could hear the protesters outside today. I think all of this stuff is just, like, really, like, kind of goes hand in hand with what's going on. And I think that that's just, I don't know. It's crazy to me. Like I said, I think it's just crazy that they didn't even sequester the jury. I don't even know why they're there. Like, they should be somewhere else, completely different, isolated. You know, I don't. The judge's going on freaking social media. It's crazy. Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, he seems to be on his phone a lot. I
Right?
feel like that's really inappropriate. You know, I don't know. I've seen a lot of stuff in courtrooms over the years that it's just you know, even in person, they're very unprofessional, and they're not taking their job seriously. I mean, it's a matter of life and death for people, and I'm really pretty disappointed in our criminal justice system. But yeah, I mean, Barnes was talking about on Rekida's stream that he thought that maybe the judge figured that there might be, sometimes sequestered juries feel a resentment at being sequestered, and that was his way of trying to give Kyle a fair trial. I don't know what the calculus is there.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. It feels, I think that you're right in that sense. Like, and I think Barnes is right, because I saw that too. I think that the judge is trying to see, like, hoping against all hope that the jury is going to do the right thing, and they're gonna vote to basically, like, you know, free Kyle. But the idea to me that the judge kept being like, oh, well, like, I didn't know this was going to be such a big case, and I didn't know that. I'm like, dude, did you not live in Wisconsin, like, last year? Like, were you not there when your city was burning down? And the same thing goes with the whole jury. I'm like, were you guys not there when the city was burning down? And, like, you know, do you not remember what happened? Like, do you have such selective memories that you don't remember, like, just last summer when this all went down and you guys were afraid for your city and your lives? I don't know how else to. And then you have people, like, you know, protesting this outcome on the court grounds. You know, it's just, it's crazy to me.
I understand. I understand where the judge is coming from, saying
maybe it's
like, I didn't think it was going to be that big. Sorry, Wes.
Oh, that's okay. I was just gonna say, hey, maybe he's like just former Justice Souter, and he lives in a house that doesn't have any electricity. You know, he just has candlelight and books. That's all he does.
Yeah, he's like the old school
Still
judge.
living in those old
yeah,
days.
he's like oh my
Well,
god.
this is the craziest shit he's ever seen, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And this is where I'm sort of thinking, you know, he might have looked at the case beforehand, didn't think that this was going to become so political, didn't think that this was going to end up the way it did. And again, you're right. I don't see how you can. Have you been living under a rock? Everything these days is pushed towards politics. Everything these days
he's
is...
probably not on social
Especially
media.
this case. I mean, from the very first day that it happened, it was a huge thing. Immediately they started calling Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. It was like a fucking immediate situation where the media and everyone,
Well, I can tell
including
you,
freaking
like,
Joe Biden,
If he's
was, like,
70
calling
years
this
old,
kid a
he's probably
white
not on social
supremacist.
media. He probably doesn't watch much TV.
He doesn't watch the president give a speech about how this kid's a white supremacist.
Probably not. Like,
But that's
a lot
just
of
the
old
news,
people
though.
around here, all they do is fish and work. And
So you're
play
saying they don't
bingo.
even watch, like, CNN or, like,
Not
any of the
really,
news?
unless they're in a fucking home. Like, most old people don't have time for TV and shit around here. Like, TV is kind of like what I'm a nerd, right? Like, you guys
Yeah.
don't get, like, I'm like a geek around here. Like,
Of course.
for me to want to, watch movies and shit, people look at me like, you're fucking weird. Like, you don't want to play football or go hunting or fishing? It's like, no, really.
No.
Nah.
I'll stay home and play some video games. It's all good.
Yeah.
Or watch a movie.
Well, you're fucking
Oh
weird.
Oh my god. Do
It's
you guys
alright, I'm a
want?
homebody too, Tom.
Speaking of weird news, get this. I saw this earlier and I was like, excuse me. Russia launches a perfume that smells like a fighter jet. I was like, what?
Is that the
this is my
joke on
favorite.
the old like it smells like jet fuel shit?
Yeah.
No, it's literally like a freaking perfume that smells like fighter jet. So this
I could
is what it-
understand maybe cologne, but why a perfume?
Yeah, it's a perfume. That's like the weirdest thing. So the Russian performers have launched a fragrance in honor of the state-of-the-art fifth-generation Checkmate fighter jet, complete with notes of glass and metals. It was revealed on Tuesday in a 2021 Dubai Air Show. According to Rostec, a state-owned conglomerate that invests in defense and high-tech industry, the perfume was created specifically for the international premiere of Russia's new jet. The fragrance notes combines the sense of glass, natural leather, and metals used in the construction of aircraft's fuselage, engines, and cockpit.
Just go down to your local servo and just pour some diesel or something on your hand and just, perfect.
How is this sexy for guys? Like, I don't even understand. Like, do you guys want to smell like a woman smelling like jet fuel? Does that turn you on?
No, thanks.
No?
I would think jet probably will.
No, right?
What was that, John?
Well, maybe in Russia it's not.
Well, you've got to answer the question, Nina, because it's for men, right?
Yeah, it's for, but I didn't know men got turned on by jet fuel.
No, men wear this, right?
No, women wear this. This is a perfume.
women's
That's what I
perfume.
was saying, Ryan. I was like what the fuck?
This
Oh,
is
so
a
it's not
perfume
a
for
cologne.
women. No.
It's not a cologne.
I could get
No.
it if it was a cologne, because like
no.
women get turned on by that kind of shit. I could get that.
That's
But
what I'm
men-
saying. But this is for men. Like, it's made for a man to feel turned on by a woman.
There's a Yakov Smirnoff joke in here somewhere.
Well, the contrary.
I would have
right?
to. I would have to
Our
smell it.
women
I don't
are
know.
so manly
And it
that
depends
our
on the woman
perfumes are
too.
like your guys' cologne. That's the best.
I'd only get turned on if a chick with half a shaved head and the other side blue and a couple of piercings and
smells
this
like
and
gas.
that smells like that, then maybe.
Suck it says highway to the danger zone.
Banger zone.
Banger zone.
Banger.
It's the fragrance notes the five main notes of the composition have been brought together by the Technicolor. According to the perfume, the company explained the perfume bottle itself is the form of a Black Knight chess piece. That was the
It
thing.
seems
that
like a
we're
man's
seeing.
cologne. Like
It
this
still
seems like it should
does,
be a
yeah.
man's cologne.
I think it's
Is it unisex?
Let's continue
Sure,
reading.
does it
Maybe
have
there's more details.
nanothermite?
I don't know. Let's see. The perfume bottle itself, blah blah blah. The Checkmate is a light single-engine fifth-generation tactical fighter, which was tactical fighter, which was first presented at the MAX 2021 Air Show in July this year. The plane is designated to be stealthy and capable of operating in most any weather condition. It is also able to fly at speeds up to Mach 1.8. Checkmate also has the capability of short takeoff, meaning it does not need a long runway, and it can be equipped with a wide array of weapons. According to Rostec, the fragrance is designed to mirror the qualities of the plane. The Checkmate perfume underlies the aircraft's reliability and modernity, as well as its willingness to work in all conditions under the scorching desert sun in subtropical and mountainous areas.
None of this
as
stuff is
well as
really
in the
about the
north.
perfume.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. It seems
Just
like
that
they've
it's
just
made
released
with
this.
these. This
It
is
Smells
the
like
most
shit.
relevant.
Now let's talk about the jet.
This is the most relevant thing, that the fragrance is a sense of glass, natural leather, metals, and
What does
stuff
glass
used-
smell like?
I don't know what glass smells like.
scent.
Yeah.
Come to right now and just sniff it.
I'm so curious. I hope somebody buys this and reviews it, because I'm very curious to know.
When did this come out? Or is it
It
going to come out?
hasn't yet. This has just been launched at the Dubai 2021 Air Show.
It could be sexy as hell. I don't know.
This is
Tough to
Russia's
say.
way of this is Russia's COVID-19. Sorry, Nina. I shouldn't.
No, it's fine. I feel like this might be some sort of Bond plot that I don't really know.
Yeah,
but it's like, okay, we're just gonna make this perfume and have everyone get poisoned or something.
And then they're like, checkmate.
Checkmate. You should not.
I can't believe they fell for it, Boris.
We're going to rain some havoc. Sorry, I just had to throw it in there.
Bravo, Raging. Bravo. That was amazing. So yeah, if you guys definitely like, if you don't buy this for your girlfriends for Christmas. I'm just letting you know.
It honestly
women,
looks like a bottle for men. It looks
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
a
it looks like
men's
a man's
cologne.
cologne.
I don't think
sounds like a
women
man's
want to
cologne.
smell like jet fuel. So just letting you know, if you're in the chat and you're wondering what to buy for your girlfriend for Christmas, don't buy this.
So let me ask you,
I'm telling
Nina, would jet fuel the smell of jet fuel turn you on?
No, I mean, I'm one of those weirdo girls that kind of likes the smell of gas. I'm not gonna lie about that. I do like it. Like when you go to like the gas station and then there's like this, like, you know, like gasoline smell. I like that smell. But it
I'm gonna
doesn't
go
turn me
there and
on.
just, when I first meet you, I'm gonna just pour myself in.
Yeah, when
It
you
doesn't
started talking
turn
about
me on or
gasoline
anything, but-
and jet fuel, I thought of like Fahrenheit because I feel like this is
Wait, what is
this
this?
is a pretty aggressive cologne. It's I think it's very polarizing too. Like you either are gonna love it or you're gonna hate it, but it's definitely got
who
got
makes
a
that?
very synthetic smell. Dior, the same company that does
Riveting.
Dior Sauvage. This are known. So, anyways, there's a little clone review for the live stream.
His your internet kind of cut out in the middle of that.
So
was that-
your
was that-
review,
was
your
that him?
review was kind of like.
You know, it's interesting on Trekking on Tuesday yesterday. We were watching Trials and Tribulations, and it was the only episode where we got a description of how Worf smells because they were making fun of it. They were like, Worf, I don't want to be around smelly Klingons, you know, Quark was saying. And they're like, oh, Worf, you don't stink. You smell like, you know, peaty and earthy with a hint of lilac. And
Oh
I was
my
like,
god.
I was like, that's weird, you know? I never thought about how the characters smelled before.
Smell,
And
yeah.
Yeah, you
now we
don't,
know what
you
Mr.
don't
Worf
really
smells like.
don't think that, but I definitely think that Worf wouldn't smell good because, well, I'm not so much Worf because he's not too into eating gach, like because he's more like humanized than like actual Klingons, but Klingons that eat gach and like drink like freaking what's it called, like the blood wine, like all the time. I think that would be kind of smelly, but I don't know. There was another thing that I wanted to talk about that I thought it was funny. So we'll I'll bring this up and then we can talk about whatever else you guys want, and then or we can wrap up the show. So here is the last thing I had in mind. Iran's women's goalkeeper responds to accusation of being a man.
That's an interesting one.
So that's good. Tom, do you need to go?
Is she a man?
No, she's
Spoiler
not.
Okay,
No, she's
that's all I
not.
needed to know. But yeah, I do got to go. Sorry, but thanks for
Okay.
having me. I appreciate it. So yeah, thanks for having me hop in here and talk about how crappy Wisconsin is.
Of course, no problem, Tom.
It's not
I
crappy.
hang
It's
out-
just cheesy. Come
It
on.
is crazy.
There you go.
I hang out with Tom every Monday night on Toxic Femininity, so definitely check out Midnight's Edge and also Midnight's Edge After Dark. That is his channel, and also Mead Radio. What do you got going on next, Tom?
Tomorrow and probably the rest of the week is going to be very Ghostbuster heavy, although I know we got a couple different videos coming out, but like tomorrow at noon Central Time, we're doing a Ghostbuster 1 and 2 roundtable retrospective review. Then at 8 Central tomorrow night, we're doing our Ghostbuster Afterlife roundtable review, because hopefully I'm seeing it tomorrow afternoon. Paulie already saw it tonight. Chris, of course, saw it tonight, so I don't know who's all going to show up tomorrow night, but you never know.
Ooh, and there's somebody else coming on Monday night on Midnight's Edge. Who is that? Someone very famous?
Oh, on Monday during the morning show,
Yeah.
Danny Trejo is going to be on for
There you
about an
go.
hour or so. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So we got a lot of stuff lined up, a lot going on, but definitely check out all these kids here because they all got great channels as well. So, oh, and I
Thank
see
you
Polly's
so
in the
much,
chat right
Tom.
now.
Yeah, Polly's
Do you want to quarter roll, Danny? I'll send you the video. You can upload it.
No.
Polly's here, and also a Valiant
No, I
Renegade.
don't think
Thank you
that'd be a
so
good
much
idea.
for the 1999.
I
Says
think
happy
Polly would
2000,
kill
you
me
know.
if I did that for one.
Really?
Yeah, he probably would not think that's real cool.
Why? Polly doesn't like to
you're
share?
Well, just I don't know. I don't want to piss Machete off.
Okay, well,
enough.
thank you so much, Tom, for hanging out with us
Why
tonight.
would you
Have a
ask
good
me
one.
that?
Tom.
See you, Tom. Good to see you, man.
Enjoy your dinner.
Good night,
What are
Tom.
you eating?
Fish.
Okay.
Fishy fish. All right.
Have fun with your fish.
Take care, guys. Thank you for having me.
All right,
Later,
take care.
guys.
Good night. Thank you, Valiant, for your super chat, and thank you so much for giving me the shout out on Midnight's Edge on the when I wasn't there and getting people to subscribe. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But back to this Iranian woman.
Dude, if that's a dude,
it's a woman.
I know it's a woman, but like if that was a dude, like why would they go out of their way to like cover their hair and stuff like that? 'Cause the men don't have to do that, right? So
no.
like, come on, man.
No, these people, the ones that said that she's a man are just salty.
If you put like two big circles on her head, like just go back up, like two big black circles on her head, and she's got the big gloves, the big white gloves.
She looks like Mickey Mouse.
I couldn't help but see it.
Can you
I think it's the
meme that?
gloves. You know?
Can somebody meme that?
Can you meme that, please, right now?
Good eye.
Oh my
yeah,
god,
I missed it.
That's
completely.
so funny.
Yeah,
That's
I
so
didn't.
funny.
I didn't think she was a man. I think she's
Mickey.
Yeah.
Well, Mickey
which
Mouse
I
is
guess
the.
he is. Yeah.
Well, she could do the Minnie Mouse thing too, kind of. Not really though, because she's got the red going on. But okay, so this is the goalkeeper of Iran women's national football team has reacted to accusations that she is a man, reportedly accusing rivals Jordan of bullying and threatening legal action. Zohre Khodai saved 2 penalty kicks in a shootout win against Jordan back in September. The result guaranteed that Iran qualified for the AFC Women's Asian Cup for the first time in their history, but Jordan's FA went to lodge a complaint questioning the eligibility of a participating player. This was the kick. So I guess this is
Excuse me.
Ooh, bless you.
Ooh.
That was a manly sneeze.
Felt good.
That woke me up again.
So was that was the goal that she?
So that was the kick that brought her
was-
womanhood in the question.
Not yet. No,
Okay.
because that's the Jordan goalie.
No,
right?
okay,
'Cause
I
she's
knew
got
that.
the hair.
Yeah, it's
I'm guessing hers is coming up. Okay,
Oh,
here we
okay.
go. Here, this is it.
Well, that
Oh
was
wait, she
no
didn't
good.
stop that one.
That was
Yeah.
garbage.
That was terrible.
I mean, a man totally would have stopped that.
Absolutely.
You fucking misogynist
I just
bastard.
had to. Come on.
Oh, look
The
at her
ladies
crying.
know. The
that's
ladies
funny.
know. Come on.
No, that was funny, John.
I mean, a man would have stopped that one too.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean,
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh,
that's a man.
Because she predicted
That's a
the
man.
same way. Yeah, that was a man.
So
That was a
we
man
need to see
move.
what happens when the ball, hits the crotch. Because that'll be the real test.
Yeah.
that's the real
Yeah.
test right there. You're
Ding.
right.
It's definitely not the most feminine.
She's definitely not very feminine at all.
That
No.
goalie's shit. This goalie here. This one's fucking shit, man. Barely moving. Fucking.
Oh God. She didn't even
Absolute-
try.
Yeah, absolute
Yeah.
garbage.
It's a bit. I will say that's a big freaking goal.
So
It's
then,
a lot. It's a lot to defend.
It is a lot to defend.
So it says confirmation of this was provided by the President Prince Ali bin Al Husseini on Twitter, who uploaded his November 5th letter to the Asian Football Confederation while demanding that the governing body wake up. It's a very serious issue if true, he added, and as Iran were accused of a history of gender and doping issues. After news of the debacle broke internationally at the turn of this week, Khodai, a seasoned professional born in 1989 who has played the women's football for some time, has reportedly spoken out on the matter. I am a woman. It is the bullying that Jordan did to me. I will file a lawsuit, Khodai threatened, as reported by the Turkish outlet Hurriyet. That's the lawsuit. And that's her. I don't know, man. She looks pretty manly to me. I get it.
Wow.
I kind of get it.
Yeah.
The forearms.
I mean, the forearms.
Dr. Ock.
Yeah, kind of.
She's a Mortal Kombat character. That's what it is.
Yeah, it does bring some things into question.
Time
I don't even know
saves
a
the
lot
ball,
of men
it
with
just
forearms.
Mortal Kombat.
So simultaneously, Iran's selector Maryam Irandusi is adamant that the medical staff have carefully examined each player on the national team and in terms of hormones to avoid any problems in this regard. Also, so I did tell all fans not to worry. We will provide any documentation that Asian Confederation wishes, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's only one way to find out, you know.
I want to take back my opening statement, because if the country that she's playing for has been like caught for doping and gender issues in the past, well, then maybe there is a possibility that that they're actually pushing him to do this.
Clay's right, though. This is a typical Persian Arab spat. It's very true, because this is like, and I feel like the Jordans were salty because they lost, so they're like, your goalie's a man. That's why we lost. Because
we couldn't be beat if unless it was a man.
Because this is really easy to figure out. You just do a DNA test. Like, it's not really that freaking hard. Sorry, Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, just look for chromosomes. Yeah, somebody needs to do a Mortal Kombat with this four-armed chick and Michelle Obama. That's all I'm saying.
Or like somebody needs that, and also juxtapose freaking Doc Ock on that too, because that, I mean, dude, this is Doc Ock.
That with the Mortal Kombat theme versus Nancy Pelosi.
Well, I'm kind of wondering whether the quarter will trump the forearms, or whether the forearms will defeat the quarter roll. You know,
right?
It's like rock paper scissors.
I reckon if Joe Biden had forearms, he still wouldn't beat Trump.
Speaking of the Biden administration, John, actually, I have a question for you, because I've noticed that like during the last little while, the left has kind of been really down on Kamala Harris, and they've been like talking about how, I mean, there's all this weird talk on the inside, like that there's, they want to replace her, and there's all this like weird talk. I don't know, like, and I saw this. I haven't actually read this one, but Psaki names reasons behind Kamala Harris's criticism. So was there a video on this? No, there's not.
I did a video on her terrible approval rating.
Kamala Harris's?
Yeah.
What? Okay. Tell us what's going on with Kamala Harris. Why does nobody like her?
Her rating is worse than Dick Cheney's.
I heard that, and I'm like, that's nearly impossible to achieve. Yeah, how do you do
impossible?
That?
I mean, Dick
this
Cheney
is just
was
sexism
one of the most
at work. People just hate
unlikable.
women.
I mean, that's all you can really deduce from it.
I mean, is she a man? Can we figure that out?
The soccer player? Well,
no. Kamala Harris. Is she a man?
I don't think anybody's saying Kamala Harris is a man. I mean, Nina, I know you don't want to believe that a woman could be that disliked, but it is possible.
2021's the year of don't do her or don't be her. Like, what I mean is, like, don't do a binger. Or
Dude, what you just said was so Australian. I was like, I did not understand a word you just said. Can you repeat that?
Okay. So 2021 is the year for don't do a, or don't be a.
Oh.
So like, don't do a binger, or don't be, there it is there, or don't be a Carmella. Sorry, I did talk really quick. Did that make sense now?
Yeah, now it makes sense, Raging, but that
That's
was so
great.
fast. I was like, I don't understand your language. Are we speaking English? I'm dead.
Confirmed. Confirmed. The real identity.
Tell you what, that is a pretty square jaw.
It is. It's a very impressive jaw. A lot of guys would probably kill for that jaw.
I feel like Jay Leno must have a lot of illegitimate children around the world. I mean, you've got this chick, and then you've got the Facebook whistleblower.
The hands, the hands are, it's a very telltale sign.
Oh my God!
I know they're gloves.
This is Jay Leno and Mickey Mouse's. Yeah, this is Jay Leno and Mickey Mouse's love child. Somebody asked earlier, like, where's her boobs? I will say that, like, a lot of women, when they're playing sport, like, definitely strap down their chests.
Yeah, it can confirm, and a lot of those, like,
bra.
The sports bras, they like, they squish everything in, so it's all very flat.
Meanwhile, there is a guy, and he's just smiling. He's like,
that shot of that face.
She does look very manly. I don't really know what to say. I don't know.
Picture there.
This is the true definition of a they them, because we really don't know. So we'll just say.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Where's the asteroid? This is funny. This is funny.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So like why? Okay, so back to Kamala Harris. Why is she so unpopular? Like, how could she be more unpopular than Dick Cheney?
Listen to
How's
her.
that even
Nina,
possible?
why is this even a mystery to
Why
you?
is this even a
Have you ever
question?
listened to her for crying out
Yes,
loud?
but I've
know, and
also
I'm in
listened
Australia.
to Dick Cheney.
You're fucking closer, and I know that she's fucking
Dick
stupid.
Cheney is more likable than Kamala. Like,
How?
I could actually.
That's impossible.
Kamala's just so fake. I mean, sure, Dick Cheney's fake, but he kind of lets you know, like, yeah, I'm kind of a sleazeball. Like
he's like, I'll take you.
You know, I'm a
hunting.
sleazeball. I know I'm a sleazeball. Fuck it. It's out in the open.
No, Dick Cheney will be like, I'll take you hunting. You know, you may not come back, but I'll be cool and take you.
Well, that's saying
more
a lot.
likable.
Yeah, like, who would you rather have take you on a hunting trip? It's like the question for president. Like, who would you want to go out and have a beer with? Well, in this case, who would you like to go hunting with? And people would take their chances with Dick Cheney rather than Kamala Harris. Like, they think Kamala Harris would probably be fake and phony and then accidentally shoot him on top of it.
That's true.
Because of her
Another gender, she was
incompetence.
unpopular during the primary election. Her own party didn't like her. Yeah, that's
Nobody
the thing,
liked
right? Like she totally failed upwards. Nobody liked her, and
She got her position because she was a woman, and she was a woman of color.
Ding, ding, ding.
she sucked her way to the top. Come on, you guys. Let's just say that. Let's just.
Yep.
She doesn't even like Biden, from my understanding.
Well, that
what
never
I've
stopped
seen,
a woman from going down.
She didn't like Biden. She never.
Her
did.
and
She still
Kathleen
doesn't.
Kennedy both are. They must have really good mouth skills.
They should go
That's
down
all.
on each other and see who's better.
Oh God. Nobody wants to see a porno of that raging rhino.
I know.
Nobody.
But if they were in the same room, it'd be easier. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Oh God. Stop it.
Nina's like,
Stop
I'm going to
it.
cover you with this caption. That'll take care of that.
Get out of my stream.
Do we even want to read this? I don't even care about Saki's reasons.
I actually want to talk more about Saki and how much she sucks. Like Saki.
Her name is like, you suck dick.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just find it funny. Like, even that, I think you, again, John, you clipped that one. The reporter asking about the Rittenhouse stuff, and she's like, "Oh, we're not going to talk about that. We don't even have But hang on, the president did actually, already put his 2 cents in. So,
oh yeah, with I think it was Peter Ducey. Yeah, talking about it. Yep.
Wow, I guess Robert likes Kamala. Kamala's mouth makes me feel weird sensations. Okay.
enjoy that.
I don't know what to say. Okay. There was also this, speaking of trans people, or maybe trans people. J.K. Rowling's and Harry Potter reunion part ways. The star of the Harry Potter films will reunite for a 20th anniversary special on HBO minus the author, J.K. Rowling's. Fans and commenters wondered if Rowling's absence had anything to do with her views on transgender issues. Spoiler alert, it does. Harry Potter and
oh my God. Who fucking cares? Like, this is where I'm at with all of this stuff now. Transphobe this, like fucking anything at the moment. But seeing as we're on this, who fucking cares if J.K. Rowling does think that maybe trans people are a bit weird? Who cares?
She's free to do so.
She doesn't think they're weird. She just says there is no such thing as a non-biological male and a non-biological female. And I mean, it's very similar to what Dave Chappelle said. Like, you know, that like we are born either biologically male or biologically female. That's all she said. She never said that there's anything wrong with those people. She just said, I think that
you can't say that in 2021 though.
I'm not saying who cares about the article. Like, please go on. But like,
oh no, it's fine.
I'm just saying, like, in this, everything right now is, what's the word? Like, they're digging for the shit. They're actively trying to find stuff to be offended about now, and it has been for a while, but it's so much more evident now than it was even a couple of years ago.
It's the oppression Olympics, right? Like every day it's like
a lot more normies are starting to realize this stuff too. And I'm not talking normies when it just comes to like pop culture and geek culture and stuff. I'm talking normies when it comes to these world things, right? And just these things getting around, and like, you know, even the Rittenhouse trial and stuff like that. But you know, even stuff like this. I've got mates that are big Harry Potter fans, and they've even heard about this. But this isn't something that a couple of years ago that they would have ever heard about. You know what I mean?
I think for the most part, most people they just don't care. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, well, whatever. I mean, J.K. Rowling thinks that. Whoop-de-doo. I mean, it's like if you like the Harry Potter books, cool. You know, I'm sure if somebody does, that's not going to all of a sudden make them want to burn all of their Harry Potter books, you know? Like,
but that's the thing, though. Like, having a 20-year reunion and not having the author involved, I think is kind of it's so
well, that's
crazy.
fucked up. That's messed up. That's like George Lucas not get. Oh shoot. Oh.
Why?
George, because
put it
George
together.
was going to say George Lucas not getting an invite to the premiere of Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, right, because he didn't. Right. I
you know,
I thought there was a 20-year reunion, and
just to be invited into the, you know, to do anything in Star Wars. Anymore.
Great callback, John. Great callback.
Oh my God, I forgot that.
There's a
happened.
rejection. There's a rejection of the creator in both of these cases. The creation rejecting the creator. Think about that. Pretty
John,
bizarre.
what do you think about that whole thing about Kathleen Kennedy staying?
I am not shocked at all. Look, I made my Kathleen Kennedy prediction. Yeah, I know. Like, I should just say, just go straight to Rhino.
You asked John that question? You asked John
No,
that
she's
question.
gonna get to you, raging. She's saving the finale. She's saving the finale. But no, I mean, like, anybody saying that. I mean, I thought after Solo, it's like, okay, if it didn't happen then, it wasn't going to happen. The reality here is like Kathleen Kennedy is a darling in Hollywood. She worked with Spielberg for years. She's part
the
of
most
some
powerful,
of the biggest movies ever. Jurassic
the most powerful
Park.
woman in Hollywood.
Yeah. So, look, I mean,
what am I doing?
the whole thing is like people listening to the shit that they like. Again, it's that whole idea of like hearing what you want to hear. People wanted to hear that she was going to be gone.
Yeah.
Just like people listening to QAnon wants to hear that Trump is still in power and all this bullshit. Like, so, you know, it's the same deal. I'm not going to get into the details or, you know, but
I will.
It's like anybody listening to that stuff, like to me, it just seemed obvious.
Okay, well, before
and also that James Woods is you know, a deep fake of Joe Biden. Yeah.
Yeah. That,
Before Raging Rhino goes crazy about this question, Wes, what did you think about Kathleen Kennedy not going anywhere?
As soon as her contract date was up and they were keeping her around, I thought the writing was on the wall. I thought it was pretty obvious that they're going to keep her around. And it was just like other people have said. And if she stuck around after The Last Jedi, I mean, and then Solo, I wasn't hopeful, but
Well,
looks
Star
like
Wars is apparently sorry, go on. I'll let you finish.
Yeah. Just I don't know. I'm not surprised, but I was hopeful she was going to be gone. But I mean, you've got Kurtzman over at, Hellman Star Trek, and he's back again, and now you've got Kathleen Kennedy. I wouldn't have made the bet that Doctor Who would have been set up for a turnaround a year ago, and now we have Russell T Davies coming back for that one. So
yeah, that's interesting. I don't think anything is going to change necessarily with regards to Doctor Who, but it's interesting that they made that change. Like they were like, okay, yeah, this is definitely not working. We've had the lowest numbers like ever. We need to do something about it. So they're actually trying to save that franchise versus the reason I don't think anything's going to happen per se with regards to Doctor Who is because the BBC is still a shit show and they're still doing all the diversity stuff. So, if Russell T Davies comes back, which he is coming back, not if, when he comes back, he's still going to be basically there with his hands tied behind his back. And they're going to be like, make a better show. And he's going to be like, well, let me do this, this, and this. And they're like, no. The doctor still needs to be like, trans and has to be like, in a wheelchair, black and, all this stuff. You still have to do all of that, but still be creative about it. So I don't know if anything's actually going to change, but.
Well, I figured since he was a member of the alphabet community that they were just going to let him do what he wanted. Maybe I was being very naive about that.
Yeah, you are, because he's still white and he's still male. Like the gay from the alphabet community is like the last people that they listen to. They don't listen to gay men most of the time. They want to say that, pedos are basically like that. It's crazy. That's why they're trying to like get the whole pedo thing involved in the LGBTQ, and the LGBTQ are like offended and they're like, this is not the same thing at all. But I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. Raging Rhino.
Go on, Wes, finish.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, I mean, he created Captain Jack, which was, a very interesting character, a great character, and it was organic, and so I'm hopeful. I bet hope isn't a strategy. They need to just totally wipe out the 13th Doctor. Honestly, that's what they need to do.
I agree. I love Captain Jack though, man. That guy was hot. I had the biggest crush on him, and then my husband was like, he's totally gay, right? And I'm like, thanks for killing it for me. But he was so hot. I was so into that, and he was like a total pando. Like he would have sex with anything.
Yeah, they made him kind of a man whore.
He was, and he would bang whatever. He didn't care. Alien, straight, gay, bi, didn't matter. He'll do it. If it walks, it's good to go. Raging Rhino. I see you there. Like you're like literally like Dr. Evil with your cat.
Mr. Bigglesworth there.
He's waiting. The cat got scared. He's
no, take me off full screen. I'm going to try and be diplomatic here. People know that I've got some pretty strong opinions when it comes to Star Wars, when it comes to certain things about Star Wars. And if you want to know some of those things, I did just obviously drop a video on my channel about Kathleen Kennedy getting her contract renewed.
Speaking of that, I'm going to put your channel in the chat as we're speaking.
Look, I'm not surprised. Star Wars right now is in a better place, and I would say a better place than the sequel trilogy when her contract first got renewed. Right? Mm-hmm. What makes anyone think that she was going anywhere based on that fact? I have no idea. Now, I've had my opinions out there in regards to this for a long time. and I've copped a fair bit of shit for some of those opinions. I don't know. I'd argue that the narrative and the goalposts changed over time to suit certain things. Now, look, I've started referencing Star Wars now as the Kennedy-verse, right? Because that's all it is to me.
Ooh, that's pretty good. I'm going to start using that.
Everything from what I can see, the evidence within The Mandalorian, things within The Bad Batch lead to the sequel trilogy, whether you like it or fucking not. Not only that, but The Mandalorian, in my opinion, breaks law, breaks continuity. And I've got videos out there and evidence of why, right? I've stated before on multiple occasions that there are people that agreed with me when I talked about those law-breaking issues when it came to the sequel trilogy. But then when I talked about those law-breaking issues when it came to The Mandalorian, they either chose to ignore or started calling me an EU elitist. So I view this as if there had have been consistent criticism throughout the Star Wars that we've been getting, I don't know whether or not Kathy actually keeps her job. I mean, we're always talking about Kathy being the most powerful person in Hollywood, right? But she's the least powerful person at Lucasfilm. That adds up for me.
You think so? I don't know about all that.
I'm saying.
I think Feige is probably, if you want to say like in terms of Hollywood, like, I mean, at the current moment now, I think Feige is.
But we're talking about Kennedy being the most powerful woman in Hollywood.
Sure.
But she's the least powerful person at Lucasfilm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that doesn't add up for me.
I think she's an influential person, though, like a very influential person in the direction of Lucasfilm, though.
I
look at the Patty Jenkins news, right? You know, Patty Jenkins.
Did you hear about that, John?
What, that fell through?
Yeah, it's been permanently, indefinitely delayed, or whatever.
It sounded like a lame ass idea for a movie.
Well, the Rogue Squadron, and apparently, from what they're saying, is that Patty stepped away because of creative differences, quote unquote. That's what she said.
Lucasfilm executives.
Okay.
Which usually means that she doesn't like Kathleen Kennedy, because Kathleen Kennedy, people who work with Kathleen Kennedy know that she's a fucking total bitch.
You look at what happened. Look at what happened after the sequels, right? With D&D from Game of Thrones. You look at how many people left.
Lord Miller.
Colin Trevorrow.
Yeah.
Like all of these people
there's a body
left
count
because of creative differences. I don't think
she's the Kyle Rittenhouse of Star Wars.
I think that there's people out there, and this is where I'm sorry to say, this is where the whole thing, I missed it. This is where the whole thing with the Civil War is just, it doesn't add up in regards to this for me, right? You have, now I fucking can't even remember my point. I lost it. I'm so sorry.
Come back.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay. Kathleen
a moment
Kennedy.
of Biden helped, like it happens to the best of us.
Oh my God, that is true. That is true about Biden moments, not the poopy pants part.
You never, it's not gonna be senior moments anymore. People are gonna refer to him as Biden moments.
Biden. It's true.
The Civil War thing, right? Sorry, I've just remembered. You've got. So this is how I understand that there are some people out there reporting on this news about the Patty Jenkins thing. You got Patty Jenkins and Kathleen Kennedy versus Bob Chapek, and he was the one that shut it down because it's all the Kennedy stuff that's being pushed out, right? That's my understanding of some of the reporting that I've seen. I don't believe that. I believe that the difference because Patty's talked about what she wanted to do with it, her inspiration for doing this series through her father and all of that kind of thing. Now, whether or not that's believable, I'm impartial to that. But I do believe that what it was Patty Jenkins had this idea of what she wanted. Maybe she was going off some of the source material from the Rogue Squadron novels or something. Maybe she did grab, and that's not what Kathy wants.
Well, that's I read about that too, and she
Maybe
had talked
Kathy
about
wanted a
how
rock called Geode to come in and be the navigator, and what's her name was like, no, that's fucking ridiculous.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe did Patty have a male lead because it's kind of inspired by her father? And
exactly,
Kathy's
that's-
like, no
that's
men
the
here.
thing.
No
Yeah,
men.
that's the thing, John. You're right, because I was reading the article about it, and it said that Patty was making this. It was kind of like I don't know how you would call that, as a love child or something like that. It's kind of like an ode to her past and her family, because her father was a pilot and everything like that. So it was about that was going to be about like her love of Air Force, and she was going to put that into her movie.
Star Wars movie,
About the Star Wars movie. And I thought that before that, I actually didn't think that the idea was very good. Like, I was like, I don't care about Rogue Squadron. Like, I don't want to watch that.
Sure.
And then afterwards, when I read that, I was like, that's actually kind of interesting, because it makes it like more
Very personal.
human and very personal. And
Yeah,
makes
I
you think,
suppose
like,
that
I
could
want
have
to
been-
see that view. Like,
Yeah. I see, now I'm a little interested because of that, I suppose.
But then it's gone. It's fell through
Kathy
now.
shut it down.
Yeah, Kathy shut it down because
it's shut
she didn't
down
shut it down.
because
She was exactly what Ryan.
They're gonna do Knights of the Old Republic, and they're going to make Revan a woman because you can, because it was like that in the video game.
No way.
Like,
Are you
that's what I
serious?
thought. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but the announcement of the Knights of the Old Republic movie or trilogy, I don't exactly know what they're going to be doing with it. Series, who knows? Was announced over the top of that. So we're not doing the Patty Jenkins thing anymore. We're doing a movie after they already announced that they're doing the remaking the game. Look, I look at the contract extension, and again, I just go, how could there have been a civil war that she lost? If she's got 3 more years, and look, don't get me wrong, we're still yet to have it completely confirmed by Lucasfilm or by Disney.
That's true. It's still
Right?
kind of technically like rumors.
It's still
because-
like a little bit of a rumor.
Though, did you see her husband?
I thought it
made
was.
Did you see her husband's tweet though?
The closest we've had is that.
Is
tweet.
that and that? But that to me was as good as basically like
Look, let
that
me
was
just
a straight
say,
up.
after 7 days, we were 7 days into November. It was the 7th of November. And I'm sitting here going, okay, if Kathleen Kennedy was gone on the 31st of October, we would have heard about it by now. That is the biggest news for Lucasfilm. Somebody would have leaked it. Something would have come out. With how much talk for the last years there has been about how much the fan base hates Kathleen Kennedy, there would have been one person at Lucasfilm that would be agreeing with us, but can't say anything because, they're out the door if they do. Anyway, I don't know.
This was the Frank Marshall tweet. So this is from Ryan Kennel. Shout out to Ryan. Says nothing from Disney or Lucasfilm, but Kathleen Kennedy's husband retweeted this. So he retweeted this guy, Eric Vasp, saying, but how could this be? A bunch of sputtering, mad YouTube randos with walls of Funkos behind them said their uncle's cousin's roommates work at Lucasfilm and heard Kathleen Kennedy was on the way out. Quoting Culture Crave saying Kathleen Kennedy is reporting, contract extended 3 years.
Here's the other side of it too. If people actually thought that she was going to be like publicly like fired or let go, that's not how this works.
Yes.
No,
she has
absolutely
connections. What would have happened would they would have offered her an opportunity to fail upward. She would have been promoted, or there would have been something. But it's not like they're just going to like fire her and leave, kick her out the door. She's Kathleen Kennedy. Like this isn't any random person. And I think again, because people just want to see what they want to see. When you look at the scope of what Kathleen Kennedy has been associated with, we're talking E.T. again, Jurassic Park, Schindler's List. Her name has
Indiana
been
Jones.
on. What's that?
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I mean, for crying out loud, Indiana Jones. So it's like, this isn't just somebody that they're just going to like kick to the curb, Like at the very least, they would offer her a different job and a probably promote her or something like that. It's not like they're just gonna like, oh, sorry.
John, do you
Especially
think that they're gonna?
Spielberg, with the
Do
way
you
that,
think?
like the power that Spielberg has.
Do you think he's? Do you think that the Indy 5 is actually going to happen
Yeah,
with all the
and it's gonna be
delays and
shit.
everything?
Yeah, it's gonna happen. But
Yeah,
it's gonna be shit.
I think they're too far in at this point, right, to even turn around.
Are they though? I don't know.
I
It's
don't
been
know either.
delayed again. There was a death on the scene. It was.
Was it Harrison? Jesus.
You guys didn't hear about that? There was a
They're
death.
gonna clone him.
didn't.
It wasn't a gun one. It was like the guy died of natural causes.
Oh, so
quote,
Alec Baldwin
unquote.
wasn't. He wasn't.
No,
around.
Alec
wasn't on
Baldwin
set?
was on this
Okay.
was not on the set at the
Like
time.
Indy when he like just, shoot that one guy.
It was
in
a
the,
cast member, somebody in the not a cast, but like somebody
No,
in the
okay.
crew passed away mysteriously in their hotel room.
I just want to
and-
point out.
You didn't hear about this?
That's too bad. No, I haven't heard about it.
I just want to point out my opinions are my own. I just want to say, like, I think most people know who I'm talking about when I say things like the Civil War and stuff like that. But I just,
I definitely think there is a division, like in terms of like people that work there. I'm sure that there are people they're like George Lucas loyalists. They like that, but they can't really speak up probably too much, or because they don't want to stir the pot too much. They want to keep their job.
I do want to argue though that I don't think Dave Filoni is one of those.
No, he's totally sold out. Or whatever.
Yeah, totally.
So
sold out.
this was the Indiana Jones 5 crew member found dead on location in a hotel room in Morocco. A crew member working on the new Indiana Jones film has been found dead on location. Nick Kupak was among the crew of 100 people who flew to Morocco to prepare for the major units involving a rickshaw. 54-year-old was found dead in his hotel in Fas, a city in country's northeast, according to The Sun. He is believed to have died from natural causes.
54-year-olds die from natural causes, though?
So that's
Could have been a heart attack.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, would that be a natural cause?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, that is a heart attack is considered a natural.
More than
natural
likely,
cause.
probably was. Yeah.
Here's the thing: we know that they're forcing all these people to what they're forcing all these people to do to have a job.
Okay,
that's true.
Oh.
So, like, I
where you're going
feel
with
like, I feel like
minute.
this may have been that involved.
Not so natural.
Not so natural.
Did she
But
go
yeah,
Hillary
so
Clinton?
Way too young. Way too young.
he may have been Clinton's. We don't know.
Probably got reported as a COVID death.
Probably.
Yeah, makes sense.
So here's the thing, though. Because of this, there was more
What are
delays.
they doing this poor man? Gosh, how
delayed
old
it
is
again.
Harrison?
I think like 70.
It's like what they're doing with Biden. They're dragging out Biden. And
Yeah.
they're dragging out Harrison.
Pretty much.
But see, this is a great example for the lack of creative freedom that they've got. Because nobody really cares. Like, yeah, look, we all love Indiana Jones. And after the last one that we had, we probably deserve a better way to finish Indy.
Sure.
But we're not going to get that with this.
Yeah.
And I just feel like they're just dragging old stuff over the coals until there's nothing left. No remnants of what it was before.
Yeah.
Right? You go and look at the lineups for what they've got coming up, and you could probably count there'd be more remakes or continuations of stories from back in the 80s, movies back in the 80s, than there would be new projects, new ideas, new thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that one before.
Yeah, no, it really is. Like, they're creatively bankrupt. Like,
bankrupt.
Yeah, you go back to the 80s, even the 90s, you just see so much more
Ghostbusters.
creativity. Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I don't want an awesome Ghostbusters, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm not saying that I don't want awesome Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but the problem is that we're not getting awesome Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
We'll see what comes out with this.
We'll
next
see.
one. But we didn't in the last one, 2016. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies, I do like the effects of it and stuff like that. There were a couple of things that I actually did and didn't like about those movies. But even still, it's like you're still trying to drag something over the coals. We're now going to have a continuation of X-Men, the X-Men animated series.
Oh my God, I heard about that.
right?
That's going to be a shit
I've
show.
been saying for months that I am so afraid of what they're going to do with X-Men. If you guys in the chat didn't know, my two cats are called Eric and Charles, named after Eric Lenscher and Charles Xavier. X-Men, despite Star Wars, is like the biggest thing in my entertainment fry pan, you could say. But I've been saying for months that I am so scared of what Disney's going to do to the X-Men. You look at what they're doing to the MCU right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I would argue...
Who wanted an Eternals movie? Who wanted Shang-Chi?
Well, I would even argue with this Spider-Man movie, right?
Ooh, let's talk about that for a second.
I'm still yet to do my trailer reaction, and I
have not seen this latest trailer yet.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
I tried to avoid watching it, but I had a mate over last night. He's like, I really want to see it. I'm like, all right, I'll watch it, but I've still got to do my reaction to it. But let me just say, with the Spider-Man should be able to hold up on his own. It seems like they're going for a Spider-Man versus Doctor Strange moment in this, so they're having their little cameo of those two battling it out. And I really feel like that's so unnecessary for Spider-Man. Why do they need to have Doctor Strange in there? And look, I love the idea of them bringing back the other Spider-Man, but what are they hoping out of this? The nostalgia.
I disagree a little
Nostalgia of the
bit. I think that
Goblin.
it works really well. Like the idea of getting Doctor Strange involved actually would work really well. But
It works in the
unfortunately,
MCU.
I actually didn't like this trailer. I thought I was gonna like it more. I like the first teaser they released more than this one. Because this one now I'm like, first of all, I thought it was way too silly. Like I was like,
I didn't like the Scooby-Doo line.
is this real? Yeah, the Scooby-Doo line. I
hated
was like,
that
are you
line.
fucking kidding me with this? Like this looks like a children's show. Like I don't really like. I get that Spider-Man's supposed to be a little bit silly, but Spider-Man has some really dark themes. So I feel like they kind of lost the edge that Spider-Man has. Like it's like the Spider-Man makes these really cool, cute, quirky comments once in a while, especially when he's about to like go against a baddie. Like he'll say some shit about Doc Ock or something like that. But to make it like that silly, I felt like it was just way too silly. You guys want to watch it? John, you want to watch it?
I'll watch it, sure.
Okay. Let me bring it.
Wes, what do you think?
It reminded me of, honestly, it reminded me a lot of Amazing Spider-Man 2 and that's not a compliment.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the one with
Amazing Spider-Man.
I agree. I agree.
Are you talking about the one with Andrew Garfield?
Yeah.
Andrew
Okay.
Garfield and Jamie Foxx and
yeah.
Well, it had that too in it. So it definitely did.
I'm glad they went with the Raimi Goblin as opposed to the Goblin from the Andrew Garfield ones.
So does that mean we're going to get Defoe back?
Yeah, we're getting Defoe back. We're getting
Yeah, I just had a Biden moment and I forgot what I was doing. So here I found it.
brain for it.
Totally.
Yeah,
I think
so we're getting William Dafoe back. They're getting Doc Ock back. Jamie Foxx is back. They're all back. I don't know if Sandman's the same guy as they had as Sandman, though.
I think it is, but I don't know.
Oh, the lizard. The lizard's coming back.
Lizard's back?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
didn't
here
see
it
the
is.
Sandman.
Oh
See,
yeah,
this
he's
is-
definitely there in the final
honest-
scene. He's like he's big and he's Sandman, like it's his face. You can see it. I'll pause it so we can
Honestly,
really look at it.
look, I know that it fits within the MCU and all of that kind of thing, but I honestly just want a standalone Spider-Man series of movies of him going up against the Sinister Six.
I wanted that forever, Raging, and also I wanted a good Spider-Man movie. I don't think he's gonna grow up in this. He's not. He's
He never
Spider-Boy.
grows up. He never fucking grows
Spider-Boy,
up.
and I don't think he's gonna grow up in this one either. Like I'm like, you know
He's
what?
like Bart Simpson.
Thank you. Freaking dude went into like the galaxy and had a freaking epic war and still came back a little bitch. Like I don't even understand how that works. Okay, here we go.
Nice.
Look, he's crying.
Ever since I got bit by that spider, I've only had 1 week where my life has felt normal.
Like automatically it starts off with like Spider-Man crying like a little girl. Stop it.
That was when you found out.
Worst Mary Jane ever, by the way.
Not my Mary Jane.
Not my Mary Jane either.
Watch that spell where you wanted everyone to forget the Peter Parker Spider-Man.
She's a good actress.
She's okay.
Yeah, you don't think so? I think she's alright. Maybe it's because
From every universe.
Should I turn this down?
Hello, Peter.
it looks so CGI though in his face.
So CGI.
They might clean it up a little
He doesn't
bit
there though.
I'm sorry, what was your name again? Dr. Otto.
Wait, when you say they might clean it up, do you mean that in this trailer, this is not the final product that they put in the trailer? Like,
Maybe
you think
not.
they're gonna do more?
Well, sometimes with movies, they'll like if you see the finished movie compared to the trailer, like sometimes they'll, give it a little bit more detail and yeah. So things, I mean, we've seen like even the Thor Ragnarok trailer versus with the movie, like they made a bunch of changes in that too.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
They might change a few things.
Sorry,
Just
I'm
quickly,
gonna rewind this a little
Yeah.
bit because this is one of the jokes that I was like, really? Like this is how silly this movie's gonna be?
Just
Okay.
quickly, have you seen the that little extended one where I'll see if I can bring it up. There's a one where it got released, and in the moment where they're all coming together, or you got Spider-Man and Sandman and Goblin, I think's there, and Lizard's there, or Electro's there.
Oh yeah.
The Lizard in the normal trailer, it cuts before this happens, but there's a trailer that's been released where he gets punched by an invisible nothingness.
I seen somebody showed that clip. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Can you pull it up if you
I'll see if I
can?
can find it.
Okay. Here's the thing.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Dr. Otto Octavius.
Wait, no, seriously, what's your actual name?
There are others
think
out
that's
there.
funny.
We need to send them back.
The humor in this is bad.
this crap.
This.
I thought it was shitty
Kinda
one.
your mess. I know a couple of magic words myself, starting with the word please.
Please, Scooby-Doo this crap.
Why is there a font on the damn screen?
You know what's weird is
weird.
I've noticed that for the past little while that they keep doing this. They put like hard subs on their trailers now,
Like
and
you
I'm
can
like,
hear it. Like I don't need it.
well, no,
spelled out.
even if it's for like closed captioning for like people that are part of hearing or whatever, like usually there's closed captioning on the freaking YouTube.
Yeah, you just
don't
turn it on.
need a freaking hard coded closed captioning. They've been doing that recently. It's really annoying.
You're flying out into the darkness to fight ghosts.
What do you mean?
They all die fighting Spider-Man. It's their fate. I'm sorry, kid.
Yeah, me too.
Don't.
Look, there has to be another way.
There isn't. They're a danger to our universe. You're not gonna take this away from me.
So this is
They
the
actually gave Jamie Foxx like the Electro suit.
yeah.
Everything you want, while the world tries to make you choose.
John Favreau. That was that scene.
Yeah, so
So-
go back to that when you finish.
There. There's Sand Dude.
Oh,
that
I
looks
thought
like
that was
Jamie
Jamie Foxx.
Fox, yeah, doesn't look like Sandman.
So this is Sand Dude. This is Lizard. This is the other
That's
dude.
Electro. No, that's Electro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jamie Foxx there. All right, I'll go to the next scene of what you're showing.
Okay, hold on. Let's finish this and then yeah.
Oh, no.
I can't save everyone.
Oh, is she gonna get the Gwen Stacy treatment?
Nah, not in Disney.
Not in
Spider-Man.
Disney Spider-Man. I don't think so.
And I can't stop him.
exclusively in cinemas.
Okay, go back.
Exclusively in cinemas.
Bring it back up. Bring it back up. And go back to the final shot where Spider-Man.
The same trailer? Okay.
Yep. And
Hold
then
on
I'll
a
share
sec.
mine.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I should be way more excited about this movie.
I was really excited until I saw this trailer.
You got Alfred Molina, you got William Dafoe coming back. I mean, I guess if I see, if you see Toby or, but this should have been a better, like, for the kind of reveal that you got. Like, this is a Sinister Six, for crying out loud. I should be a little bit more floored.
I felt more excited when I saw the teaser because I thought at least we're gonna get Toby and we're gonna get the other guy, and
I feel like this
we
is
haven't
too
seen
much
anything.
almost. Like maybe they just showed too much. I even just after the Alfred Molina trailer, I'm like, okay, that's all you needed to get me to want to actually see the movie.
Same here. I don't know. This was
now
weird
it's
though.
like,
I don't like it.
Yeah,
They gave too many lines away, like too many humorous lines that I was like, this doesn't sound good.
I know I said before that I want Spider-Man versus the Sinister Six, and that's sort of what we're getting here. But I just want that in isolation. Like
you wanted Spider-Man against the Sinister Six, not Spider-Boy.
The
Spider-Lad.
The original trailer, right? It cuts out I'm just going to scroll forward here. It cuts out there, right, and then goes to the next scene. Watch Lizard down this bottom here.
Okay.
Now, is he getting hit though? I guess.
Yeah, is he getting hit? I don't.
Is he getting hit by that stuff there, or?
I think so.
Or it does look like he is being punched more. Like it is a very odd movement.
Yeah, but that's all CG there, so that's easily fixable.
What people are trying to say is that the other two Spider-Men are actually in this scene, but they've been digitally taken out for the trailer.
Very possible.
And this is why, if you watch the original trailer, it cuts out just before Lizard's head goes to that. So it cuts out there.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Okay, let's see.
So go back to the other trailer, and you won't see his head go like that.
Okay, let's see here. This is, I think it was before this, right? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Watch it. It'll cut out before his head turns. There, it cuts out right there.
Yep.
Yep.
You're right.
I think they're right. Yeah.
So this
was because that's how it cuts.
This was the trailer that was released on Sony Pictures Brazil.
Okay.
So I don't know how Sony Pictures Brazil has a different trailer to Sony Pictures, but they've got one that's got a few more seconds, and you see Lizard look like he gets actually hit by something that's not there.
They knew the fanboys would be, that little. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure. But it does look like he is getting punched. So
it did look kind of like that. I don't know. Very interesting. Very interesting. Anyway. Well, we've been going about 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. So unless you guys have something else that you want to talk about, I think we're going to wrap it up. Anyone have any?
I'm good.
No.
You're good?
You got anything?
Well, I think that's about it. Star Trek Discovery is debuting in 40 minutes. So if I don't feel like torturing myself and I'm still awake, I may go on Odyssey and do a live commentary. I don't know.
Okay. There you go. Also, Wes, tell everyone where they can find you on the YouTubes and everything.
Well, you can find me on the YouTubes at youtube.com/WesMoodyWebcast. I talk about current events, pop culture, occasional conspiracy theories, occasional car talk, gaming streams, and I will vlog about whatever the heck I want to because it is my webcast. Hope to see you there, my friends. You will see any appearances that I have on other YouTubers' channels in the playlists that I have on the homepage. Thank you. Hope to see you there.
There you go. And all of his links, including his Twitter and Odyssey and YouTube, is in the description. So make sure you check out his channel. Raging Rhino, it was so good to see you. It's been a while.
It has been.
So please tell everyone where they can find you.
Well, of course, you can find me at Raging Rhino on YouTube. I'm just doing some Star Wars videos, some Marvel videos, bits and pieces here and there, trailer reactions. I do have my weekly live stream, which is approximately 20 hours from now over on my channel, Casual Rage. And then on Saturday night or Saturday morning, if you're in the States, there is the Full Aussie over on Lethal Lightning's channel. So you can go and sub to him, and we talk about all other shit other than pop culture. And what else? That's pretty much it, guys. I got my Twitch as well, which I've just been doing a little bit of gaming on. Oh, and of course, I just noticed you can get, this is Charles choking the shit out of me, saying, you want to fight?
You want to fight?
And the reason why that's so like funny is because I was doing a stream. Charles was sitting here, and it was around the time that what's his name said that you want to fight and slam that chick to the ground, Ezra Miller.
Ezra Miller.
I grabbed Charles and go, do you want to fight like this? And
Oh
everyone's
my
like,
God.
oh, don't do that.
Saw that, and I freaked out. I remember that.
I barely
was
even touched him though. It was only
I
because
know.
of the fur that it actually looked like I was.
It was
actually doing
hilarious
anything.
though. We were all
It's
like, we
so-
all had a Karen moment on Raging Rhino. We were like, how dare you
Dare
abuse
you.
animal, you fucking bastard!
How dare you? It's actually been clipped out with everyone's reactions. It's really good. And you can also get the Narratives Fucked merch, which is me in my clown wig and glasses. So, yeah.
Nice.
You can get that shit on my Teesprings. And, yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I've missed you.
I
Yeah,
missed you
too, man.
It's really
Missed
good
you
to
too.
see you. And
And Wes,
Wes, it's really nice to hang
good
out
from-
with you as well. I love
Absolutely,
hanging
was
out
about
with
to
you.
say the same thing.
Yeah, it's good hanging out with you. Finally being on stream with you. I've seen your
Yeah.
stuff. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Wes, appreciate you coming through. We'll probably have to do this again. Hopefully give you a little bit more airtime. I know it's it's like you got to fight for
Especially with
every
me
minute
here.
here. Yeah.
Well, especially with culture
once you
here.
get, once you get a few drinks into culture, you just kind of want to give them a long leash and let them go,
Yeah, sorry about that, Wes.
No lies detected.
Well, he's had a rough week, so we can let it go.
We'll give him a pass. We'll give him a pass. And he had it. Wait, Raging, are you talking? Because you're muted.
Yeah, I was trying to say then that I'll just mute myself so I can just keep talking over the top of everybody and
Oh my God, I love him. As for me, you can find me here on Friday, an hour earlier, so 2:45 Eastern for Infinite Hope. John, do you got anything coming up?
No, just subscribe to these awesome people here. Subscribe to Wes. We got the links in the chat twofold, and subscribe to Raging Rhino.
Definitely. Aw, thank you. Wes is criminally undersubbed. We need to get him to 1,000 at
1K.
least.
Yeah.
We need to do that so he can get the monetization, at least for the week that you are still on Twitter before the YouTube before they ban you again. But at least, right? Like, come on, 1,000 people. Let's do it.
Get him
Do
there.
it.
I have a very good strategy for beating YouTube. Maybe I'll make a video about it. I don't know.
Do it, please.
Do it.
Because everyone's going through that. I heard Umbrella Guy got hit over Amber Heard videos. I was like, Amber Heard videos can get you banned? That's so weird. It's the weirdest thing to me. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it was kind of messed up because he deleted it, I believe, and they still got him, and he couldn't appeal it because he deleted it.
That's scary.
Okay, I'm gonna stop deleting anything from my channel.
Maybe just unlisted, I guess.
Yeah,
That's
just
that's
unlist
nearly as
it
good.
or private or
Private
whatever.
it,
Yeah.
It's so hard, though.
I unlist all my streams now. All my streams, I just unlist them and then put them into a playlist. So if people want to go back, they're actually still on the channel.
I see. I haven't unlisted much. I've unlisted a couple, but it's been usually when it's really spicy. I'm like, I don't want people to to just come and find this here. The ones that have been really spicy and I've turned private, they get monetized for whatever reason. I don't know. Okay. But anyways, Thank you, everybody in the audience, for tuning in tonight. Thank
Absolutely.
you to Wes. Thank you, Raging Rhino. And of course, Culture Casino for coming to hang out. And Tom from Midnight's
Tom.
Edge. Make sure you guys are subscribed to those channels as well. They're awesome channels. Thank you for getting me to 4K, everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome. I cannot, I can't express enough how much I appreciate all of you watching and hanging out with us every Wednesday and every other night, like Fridays.
I started like a year before Nina. I'm at 1267, 4K. Fuck
yeah,
you.
but honey, first of all, I got boobs.
Yep.
And
I know.
second of all, Star
You
Wars
got-
is dead.
First of
So-
all, you got boobs. Second of all, you got boobs. Third of all, you got boobs.
But also, Star Wars is dead. You need to branch out. Nobody
Yeah, no,
cares
you're
about
right.
Star Wars. You
You're
need
right.
to start talking about sci-fi. Start talking about Dune. That's the new Star
I'm not
Wars.
but I'm not a. This is the thing. I like talking about like what I'm really passionate about, and of course, what I'm
Mhm.
passionate about.
Star Wars.
And the
You could
Marvel
be getting
stuff. So
like, I
I'm
mean,
do-
I would. Well, the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff. I mean, that would definitely be a departure from Star Wars. But
do you
I
think
mean,
it's
hey,
bad
you're
though, to
passionate.
go from like doing pop culture to just talking commentary on everything and anything that interests
He
me?
did.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Experiment,
That's what John
man.
did.
Just you know.
Okay.
Hey, I mean,
Maybe-
sometimes
maybe
like
that's
if
it.
you.
Because
you
the
know-
channel is Raging Rhino. It's got nothing to do with Star Wars specifically or anything like that.
Exactly.
No, that's a good point.
You need
Yeah.
to rage about shit that pisses you off, not just about like, Star Wars. Rage about what's going on in Australia. Dude, you're there and there's shit going down where you are. Let's start raging about it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
I
man.
mean, you got to be a little, like, I don't, but yeah, I mean, definitely you could talk about it for sure. But
Yeah, I mean, your
yeah.
friend Lyndon is doing it. Like, you got to
Yeah.
do it too. You got to do it too. And
think about it a
everyone
bit.
wants to hear you rage all the time. Like,
Yeah.
it's not, and we love hearing you talk about other things other than Star Wars because you have really good opinions, Raging.
Thank you. I
That's
appreciate
what I
that.
recommend. I think you should definitely branch out a little bit. I think it'll
Yeah.
it'll
I
help.
think
your
you're right.
channel
I
get to
need
the
to.
next stage.
And I've been wanting to do John's little secret thing. The little one video for 30 days. No, I wasn't talking about jerking off every second.
Wow. What the hell is this? So I had drunk 3PO. I got drunk 3PO. He's saying that he brought up a comment about porn. I'm like, where the hell? Like,
No. I was talking about doing. I've been wanting to do like one video for 30 days, like a month.
Mhm.
no, I understood that. Then the jerking off thing. I'm like, where?
No,
the-
because he went
No,
one
no.
little
Did I
secret
like get
thing,
caught
and I
jerking
went,
off
One little secret
like,
thing,
on
eh?
camera somehow, and I don't know about it?
You did what that judge did, or whoever, or that lawyer, or who was it? Why am I blanking on? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Somebody
Raging's
jerked
having
off in
another
front of their
Biden moment.
employees.
Oh my God.
No, he's like, I'm just gonna stop all.
Let's
that.
let's get out of here.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thanks,
all of
guys.
hanging out with you. Thank you for smashing the like, sharing the stream, or super chatting, or whatever. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Love you guys, and I will see you guys this Friday, and then we'll be back probably. What week is it? Next Wednesday is the 24th. So I think we will be back, right, John? We will be back. Okay, so we will be back on next Wednesday for another Infinite Talk, and we will see you next time. Take care, everybody.
Later,
See y'all. Take care.
Bye.